Good morning, everyone. It is 9 a.m. on Tuesday, July the 14th, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. Adoption of the agenda. Would someone care to move the agenda? Deputy Reeve Swanson, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Adoption of the minutes, item 3.1, the regular council meeting from the 23rd of June, 2020. Any changes to the minutes? Thank you, Councillor Duncan. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Item 4.1, delegation at 9 a.m. Chad Bunch, Vice President of Operations from Bunch Welding. Welcome, Chad. Let's quickly go around for introductions in case there's anyone Mr. Bunch does not know.
Good morning, Jim Duncan, Division 1, Southwestern Rocky.
Good morning, Chad. Cammie Laird, Division 2, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with that. Welcome, neighbor.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Division 3.
Tim Hoven, Councillor for Division 6 and Reeve of Clearwater County.
Michelle Swanson, Division 7, Deputy Reeve. Thank you.
John Vandermeer, Division 4.
Lisa Lang, Division 5.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Alana McLean. I'm Administrative Assistant, training under Tracy.
Tracy Haight, EA.
Sorry.
Mike Bell, IT Systems Administrator.
Jerry, you have the floor.
Jerry Pratt, Economic Development Officer. Morning, Council. Over the past few months, with our economy provincially and locally in a bit of turmoil, I've been speaking with many of our businesses, and I've been making invitations to a few of them to, if they can fit it into their schedule, to come and speak and explain what's going on with their business and their industry. And Chad Bunch with Bunch Projects has agreed to come and talk a bit about their business and the industry in general and some trends that they're seeing. So I'll turn the time over to Chad.
I appreciate Council taking the time and giving me this opportunity to present. I got a lot of stuff here to go, so I'm just going to kind of get right into it if you guys don't mind. So what I'm going to try to talk about today is kind of the lack of investment and why it's happening in oil and gas. So there was an AER Redwater decision that you guys might be familiar with. So what it did is it was the AER had taken it to court to prove that environmental liabilities would be put ahead of creditors' liability. Now that on the surface sounds great. You know, of course we care about the environment and everything. But what it's in effect done is giving creditors no interest to invest in oil and gas because they don't have a risk-free investment. So if you're going to invest your money and you didn't know whether or not you were first in line to get your money, your chances are you're going to invest in other things. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. We all know about the pipeline egress problems. That's another issue. So those two things are forming a lack of investment for oil and gas, and it's causing upstream producers to actually focus on areas that get the best rate of return first because they need cash. So if they want to invest in things, they want cash. And so how do we get the most benefit in the community for the workers and things like that is through CapEx, is capital expenditures from oil and gas companies. So for them, in order for them to spend money through capital expenditures, building new stuff, they need to have cash to do it. So they're going to be focusing on the best rate of return areas first. And that's important for us to know here. The other thing is there are some other opportunities that are associated with oil and gas, like petrochemical, and that's plastics. So I'm going to give an idea of what the market is, just to give an idea of how these things are all related. And then if single-use plastics are being attacked, the hair on the back of your neck should go up because that's Alberta. It is in a nutshell, the Joffrey and those kinds of things. So, but the overarching theme here is because of those things, the oil and gas work is actually getting further and further away. So what is oil and gas? So depending on, basically it's a hydrocarbon and it has different number of carbon atoms that are formed in a chain or in a ring. The more carbons, the heavier it gets. And the more carbons, the more it gets into liquid. So C1 is the lightest hydrocarbon, it's just methane. It's also known as dry natural gas, lean natural gas, those sorts of things. Once you start adding more of the other carbons in there, like adding C2, C3, C4, and C5, So you'll see some common names, ethane, propane, butane. Then it gets into what's rich gas. So what people are targeting right now is rich gas, because rich gas has condensate. It has your propane, butane, ethane, methanes, and you can pull each one of those out separately, and they all form their own market. So it's not a small market, actually, it's huge. And then, of course, as you get into heavier things, you see gasoline down there. It's a heavier carbon and that kind of thing. So this is just important to understand that there's a lot of stuff just associated with oil and gas. So oil and gas spending in Canada, you can check this up for yourself on Stats Canada. Basically, it was approximately 20 billion per quarter in 2014. It is now about 8 billion per quarter. So that's a drop of 80 billion per year down to about 32 billion, I think, 33. This is before COVID. So it'll be interesting to see with COVID how it drops from there. But I'd expect it to go down. This is just off BOE report, their well activity map. So this is a snapshot of around Rocky here. So to the left is the red dots are natural gas. To the right, the green dots are oil. So what I'm trying to show here is kind of the mix of the last year of what kind of well activity has been going on. Now, the important thing to know is we actually have a lot of natural gas land here, and there's not a lot of red dots there. There should be a sea of red on the left. There's not. The other point, actually, there's 2 yellow dots on there, and that's by Stauffer, the geothermal Everloop. So that's kind of interesting, but I don't think, talking to them, that the economics make sense here because of our power price. They were actually, more interested probably in the Netherlands. Oops. So this is the crude oil supply chain. So really quick, I just want to show that it's short. So crude oil, if it comes out of the ground, basically if it's a light or medium oil, it can go to a battery and then it goes to market. So, and it goes straight into the refineries. The heavier the oil, then they have to go through an upgrader and they got to blend it with diluent. So diluent is condensate, which comes from rich gas. So rich gas and heavy oil, they're tied at the hip. But the crude oil supply chain, it's fairly straightforward and simple. And I'm sure an oil producer might disagree, but it is compared to natural gas. The natural gas supply chain gets much more complicated. So you start off with an upstream exploration and production company. They're going to drill the wells and get them developed. Then you go into the midstream world. The midstreamers are the guys that are pulling out the butane, the ethanes, all that stuff, and then they're going to ship it down. Depending on what type of midstream plant you're putting in, is what kind of value type stuff they're going to pull out. So basically, do they want to pull ethane or do they keep it in the gas? So those 2 plants there, I believe, I don't know if the Alder Flats one is quite in Clearwater or not, if it's north, probably is, I think. But the other one is the Birch Hill shallow gas plant. So this is stuff that's very common in Clearwater County. They're a high CapEx requirement. And then of course downstream, this is where the gas from there would go to co-ops, the propane goes to propane terminals, and then the condensate goes to heavy oil diluents and things like that. And then if you add ethane in there, it goes to the petrochemicals. So if you decide to spend the money to put in a deep cut gas plant and get ethane, you're going to get another thing out that you can sell. So the natural gas market, so just focusing on the C1, just the natural gas, this is the Nova Gas Transmission Limited or whatever, NGTL system. And basically if you're a producer, you can tie into the system and you get ACO pricing as soon as you tie into it. So that pipeline, the red stuff, if you can get to one of those, you can get ACO pricing. So you want to be as close to one of those. It's a natural gas marketing hub. So, you get to it, you get that price. The 2 things that I circled in Northeast BC are important because back in 2008, this Nova Gas system used to be wholly located within the province of Alberta. There was an Alberta law that said that the Alberta company, Nova Gas, was not allowed to apply to extend the pipelines outside of the borders of the province because it would become federal jurisdiction. So what happened is TC Energy, or TransCanada at that time, bought the Nova Gas system, applied on behalf of Nova Gas to extend the pipelines outside of the border, thereby making it federal jurisdiction. So why does that matter? Is because then it opened up those 2 little legs into BC. And actually our problem here is, and I've talked to a couple of MPs about this, but is because the gas coming through there goes down the leg and it forms congestion upstream of James River. So where is upstream of James River? It's here. So literally that congestion and extra gas going through there, it's kind of plugged up the system. And so this is important. So the system's plugged. So the Nova Gas expansion that TC Energy is in here talking about all the time, I'm sure, would be extending, looping the lines to get more capacity to be able to create less congestion on that system. So it's very important. However, what's more important is actually that BC part. There's a natural gas pipeline that's proposed, or being built, I guess, going west. I say proposed because hopefully it gets built. Going west over to the Kitimat LNG Canada that's being built. So that's very important because it's basically going to relieve a lot of the pressure going to the west. So that would help us here. So if anyone asks about Coastal GasLink, this area should be very in favor of it because it's going to help, it'll help BC and the Northeast guys, but it's also going to help us. But they're also building out other exit capacity to get out. Now the other point here is right by Empress on the east part of Alberta, right around there, there's a bunch of storage for natural gas. So you have to, if you're a producer and you want to store natural gas in the summer, you have to get from the west part to the east part. So you need to use that natural gas pipeline to get from the west to the east. If it's full, you can't do that. So this is, ignore the whole, I know it's complicated anytime I put graphs up and stuff. That's what my fiance was saying. So, but the top price is the US price, the bottom price is the Canadian price, is AECO. So from 2017 to 19, this is what bankrupted a lot of producers. Like think of Bellatrix, those kind of guys. It's because of that. So why did it happen? Well, so on the NOVA system, what you can do is you can nominate firm receipt, like FTR transport, or you can have interruptible. There's two types. Interruptible is what you use to get to storage, but it's second priority to the firm. And so what they did with the firm is they oversold it. So like a plane, when you go to the plane and they oversold the seats and you can't get on it now because your seat's gone, they did that with the pipeline. So they oversold it, and who they oversold the capacity to was to traders. So the traders owned the control of the downstream. And who told me this was the CEO of Bellatrix. So they're not very happy. So those traders, he listed a couple companies, but Shell, BP, Macquarie's. So those are the couple of companies that made a lot of money off the trade. So what they were able to do is push down the upstream price because they monopolized the control of the pipeline. So fast forward to 2019, the new UCP government came in and they sat everyone down, and although it's federal jurisdiction, somehow made them come up and say interruptible has priority for storage or has access. So that corrected the price. So long term there, that was a big move, and it was a good move for that. So we're all very thankful. So and that's good for us because of course natural gas is such a big thing in Clearwater County. I'll just touch quickly on some of the other value streams. I put these more in here just so that they're there, so you can read about them later. Ethane, of course, is a feedstock for polyethylene, and that's Joffrey, Dow Chemicals, things like that. So they're huge employment, long-term employment things. And this actually keeps going, huge CapEx too. So Black Falls, a lot of those guys there, they do a lot of work for Joffrey. So anytime, these are good opportunities to get, so we should always try to target it. It's always kind of been polyethylene, but now with propane was basically being given away for free. So what they did is they stored it in Fort Saskatchewan, and they're building out IPL's polypropylene plant, building plastic polypropylene. So it's a little bit different type of plastic, but it's plastic nonetheless. So then they can use more feedstock and try to draw the propane volumes down and get a market there. So that's actually a really good thing. And you can see the light blue there on that other chart shows there's an increased demand in propane. So that helps natural gas. This is probably the most important market to affect why people are drilling in what area they are today, is the condensate market. So they're again using this for diluent for heavy oil. So what they're really trying to do is they're collecting through anywhere it's rich gas, liquids rich gas, and they're going to try to ship that liquids over to Fort McMurray. And where it goes is it goes through the hub, which is in Fort Saskatchewan, and then up to Fort McMurray. So this is kind of the trend actually, but they're getting really good prices for their condensate. And so they wanted it. Right up until actually maybe 2 months ago when oil price crashed into negatives, then the natural gas was the better part of where they're getting their money. So in the upstream world, I just want to talk a little bit. I'm sure you guys have heard about multi-stage fracking. This has opened up and changed the way upstream is done. So why there's so much production coming on stream is because of this. So on the left picture, on the left side of that left picture is the old way of drilling wells. So you'd have a vertical well, and you can see if that gray was your pay zone, you're basically punching a hole through it and then you're fracking a depth. So you don't have very much, you don't get a lot of exposure surface area to it. Whereas now what they're doing is they're going down, putting a leg, and they're going horizontal through it. And then the bottom right picture shows what they're doing with proppants. So they're showing the sand going into the formation. So that's the fracking. So really what happens is you get a lot better drainage out of your zone. So what they try to do is to space these horizontal legs then instead of spacing them like a quarter section, the models changed now where they're going, okay, well, hey, we should try to do as many on a well lease, cut our CapEx down, keep it more efficient, and then they'll kind of stage them. And this is actually in a Yangara presentation. There, top right shows kind of what they're doing. So those are quarter sections, right? And the little green lines are their horizontal legs. So from one spot, they go down and then they have a horizontal leg out. But basically what it's created is pad drilling. So they have multiple wells on one pad and then they go down and out. So the pipelines that used to be done on the surface, you know, connecting vertical wells for a quarter section are basically all underground now. So what this has done is it's created, you know, for this one you'd have, well, a fifth of the amount of pipelining needed now. So there's not as much demand for pipelines. You have less roads and leases required, less rig moves because they're using walking rigs on the lease, less equipment overall. But it's actually very efficient from a footprint point of view and from a CapEx point of view. So this is the trend. This is where people want to go. It does require a high initial CapEx though to get going. So it kind of makes it so the real junior small producers can't really get into the game because of that requirement. Because of the risk. So if they spend like that, there is probably $45 million to do all that. And if they don't hit anything, they've just wasted 45 million. They probably don't have another 45 million. So just to give you an idea though, in one of these well pads, how much CapEx goes into it. So I just went through and showed the different things. But like I say, it's $45 million of CapEx. So that usually goes to energy services companies, which flow into the greater economy, to people's jobs and services and those sorts of things. So it's a lot of money. Now that picture is a site we just did in Grand Prairie. So it'd be nice to see more of them here. I don't know if I'm having... Great. So these are just some of the plays that are in Western Alberta and Canada, I guess. The two big ones that everyone talks about are Montney and Duvernay. The Duvernay is important to us because it's here. The Montney isn't. So the Montney is really good for Grand Prairie and Dawson Creek and Fort St. John. The Duvernay, we actually get a sliver of it down here. And it's an exciting potential. The difference between the two is the Montney is more developed and the Duvernay is less developed. We also have other plays, the Cardium and the Spirit River. And I'll go through each one of those separate because they are kind of big plays here. Now this is hard to read up there, but if you can get a magnifying glass, you can see. What I did is I went through and I just saw the players in this area that had well activity from the last year. There are some people that aren't on this list that have land in the area that haven't done any well activity. So some people are doing exploratory stuff, some people aren't doing anything. But the ones that are doing stuff are typically focused in the Cardium and to a lesser extent into the Spirit River and then the Glock a little bit, right? And the reason why they're focusing on the Cardium is it's an old play.
Hey, Chad, if we could go back to that last graph, I noticed you had 4 different colors. You have the yellow for Bellatrix, then white, then blue, and then gray. Did those different colors mean something?
So the blues are the higher production companies. Okay. So they're the ones that are probably should have a higher CapEx. And then the brown one is one that went broke, or creditor protection, sorry. And then so the blue ones are the bigger guys, you know, with more money. So it's always interesting to use them as a gauge of what's going on. So in this area, actually, we have a lot of smaller players coming into the area focusing on the Cardium, but they don't have as much money, right, to spend. So then not as much cash flow. So and then the other thing I guess I forgot to mention was the CapEx. So I went through their financial statements and I just noted out their CapEx from 2018 to 19 to show the trend, and they're all down. Every one of them. I think they're down 20–30%, right? So decreasing, and the reason why is their cash flow is decreased. So if their cash flow is to increase, they'll spend more money. So because the price went down, so they don't have extra outside investment, so then they spend less money.
Thank you.
So the Cardium is the top, but it's also a thin zone. So this is again out of the Angara presentation. And then as you go down deeper, the well cost goes up. And so below this, I like that they had the arrow there showing the Duvernay. It's quite deep, so it is going to be more money, but it's a very liquids-rich play. So, but nobody wants to spend the money to go and try it, is really what it is. They want their other players to de-risk it. So they're focusing on the Cardium, which is light oil, and then, you know, a little bit of the Viking and stuff, but by and large, the Cardium, which is good for the area for sure, but it's probably not going to bring as much of a CapEx into the area. So the Spirit River was actually really kind of humming along here the last 3 years, or 3 years ago. And then this is kind of, it should be indicative, this is what Bellatrix was really focusing on. And they're no longer around. And the reason why is because it's a bit drier. So it's 71 barrels of liquid per MMCF of natural gas. So that's a ratio that, on some of this other stuff, it'd be more like 200 or 300 barrels that they're getting in the Montney. So they're not getting as much money from the liquid side of it, and they weren't getting a lot of money from the natural gas. So they just kind of petered out, right? But we do have a lot of this type of stuff out west here. So really, like the West Country would be natural gas, and it'd be very similar to the Spirit River. So as the economics of gas pick up, this will pick up. But as condensate ends up being the driver, it probably won't. Not a whole lot. So this one's another one. So I'm using different language here for the types of wells. But the one I just wanted to show on this one was that tight, what they're calling tight plays are the green, and they're going to be a lot of the production mix in the future, more and more so. That's the Montney and the Duvernay. So the Montney, just to drill into that, is Grand Prairie, Fort St. John. Those areas there. Grand Prairie is actually, if you're up there at 4 o'clock in the morning, the traffic, you can't sleep after 4 because of traffic on the highway. So it's still like that. And it's the most natural gas, or most popular kind of natural gas play right now. And there's still quite a bit of activity there. The other one, though, is the Duvernay. So this is the one that's actually really exciting for here, and this is the one people are probably preparing for when you see frac sand terminals and stuff like that. So I drew a little gray line to show kind of the boundaries of the county, roughly, and the yellow is actually the condensate belt. So in that sliver, is you could expect that people might want to target that because it's condensate rich. The problem is they need to de-risk it. So they have to kind of pick which area they're going to do, and they're picking, the guys that have the land in that area have options to pick in other areas. So it's going to be a spreadsheet, they're going to plug in numbers, they're going to see which gives them the most cash flow, and that's the area that's going to go. And so what happens is they're doing it in 5-year intervals. So it's a 5-year development plan. So if we miss the next 5-year development plan, we'd have to wait 5 years for it, kind of thing. If we can somehow, give them an incentive to go to do it, then we could have a lot of activity in the area, right local. And then so all the red again is natural gas, and then there's some oil part of it in the eastern part of that Duvernay. But this is an exciting opportunity, and we're very fortunate to have this through this area once they start developing.
Would you say that a lot of that play is on Crown land?
No. So a lot of this is going to be on private land,
Okay.
which, ironically enough, so the other two areas that people are focusing is Fox Creek and Grand Prairie. So, and people that have this land. So the Fox Creek stuff and the Grand Prairie stuff is on Crown land,
Okay.
where they know their costs. So when they come down and they're on private land, the concern is that they have extra costs just to go out there and talk to people, and then they also have extra costs associated with potential people saying no or wanting more money and things like that. So that drives up the risk. So that is one of the negatives.
Yep.
But the good thing is pad drilling. So you're going to have less footprint. So I think that people probably would be more okay with it. You're going to have less pipelines across land, that kind of thing. So that part of it's really good. It will be a little bit higher risk for those companies to be able to pursue, I would think.
Thanks.
So this is just showing some of the investment. This is actually out of Yangar again too. So I liked this one because Yangar is local. And so they put a little arrow beside where they're at. The ones above them, a lot of them are Montney. So who gets the best payout? The Montney guys. That's kind of what I'm showing here, right? So, and I've already talked about the investment in the AR Redwater decision, but they're focusing on the best cash flow first. And so that right now in a tough environment kind of probably knocks out some of our stuff. So the midstream trends, so in our area, the midstreamers are selling, so the big guys are selling out their plants to smaller guys and kind of getting out of it, and they're using that money then to refocus on the Montney. And to condensate, so to be able to focus on getting that. So this is something that we've seen, and I showed the Kiera slide here, because they're shutting those plants, but they're also then reinvesting that money to put a condensate pipeline network in from Grand Prairie all the way to Fort Saskatchewan. So, but if you look at where that pipeline goes, it's quite a bit north of us. So that's a trend. It's kind of the canary in the coal mine thing. The good thing is these kind of companies are still hiring local service companies to do the work up there, albeit, we have to be cost competitive. The downstream trends we've talked about. I just wanted to point out that when people are talking about pipelines, they sometimes mix up oil and natural gas pipelines. The natural gas ones are the Coastal GasLink ones going to Kitimat and the Nova Gas System expansion. The oil ones are Trans Mountain, Keystone, Enbridge, those ones. So these are the downstream pipelines we're trying to get through. When this happens, it's going to be a good thing for sure because our differential, our price we get is going to go down. But even right now, actually, because of the production declines, our pipelines won't be full. So, and then I'm just showing here, so why this matters, like we've talked a lot with Jerry about the economic growth in the area. And the thing that I kind of step back from and realize is that everything that we're targeting is symptoms. They're not actually the bigger problem. The problem is you need to have industry, and big industry. So these guys are investing billions of dollars, which trickle through the community, and you know, in large amounts. And so if you don't have industry, you don't have economic growth. So, and no better example of that than Nordegg. The Nordegg in 1950, you know, 2,500 people. Today, I don't know what the population is, but far less. Yeah. So just in summary, so we are suffering from a lack of investment. Upstream producers are forced basically to just invest cash flow that they're generating. And then the midstreamers are following suit to wherever the upstream guys are. And then we are focusing on petrochemical opportunities in the province, which is good. You know, that'll increase more feedstock. And actually a big opportunity. I heard there's 2 more plants being proposed or traced by the Alberta government. And I always thought, we're better than here to have them. I mean, it's long-term growth. The area would be rich for forever, you know, as long as there's plastics. So, but those are some of the opportunities. So. So the energy services sector, just to tie it to that, the common themes are everyone's selling. So there's too much oil and gas energy services company for the amount of work out there. So then, of course, people sell assets, they shut down, they do major realignments, all that stuff. And so Ritchie Brothers, you know, they keep beating their own records of how much they're selling. And there's hundreds of thousands. I mean, we all know this stuff, right? The interesting thing is that the auctions were actually fetching a good price for equipment until recently. So now auctions are going, and it's almost sad to see some of the prices of some stuff at some auctions. So things are going really cheap, which means there's no buyers. So what we've done is we've adapted to this economic reality by pre-building. So what we've had to do is basically get really good at trying to build everything. What we like to do is build everything here, and then we install it wherever we're installing it. So we could do that wherever. To do that, we've had to figure out how to make everything fit to 100%. And so we've used a lot of technology. We got a beam line that does all our robotics for processing structural steel, and also 3D laser scanning. And so you can go and scan a site and you get a picture. Now that in itself, I could talk about this for hours, but this is public, so I would rather do that private. But it's very interesting stuff, and this is literally changing the game for oil field construction. It's just a lot of people don't know it yet. So the silver lining is that local oil and gas companies here, so they have to focus on cash flow, but there is some loyalty. So then they are actually hiring people from here for work that is far away. You know, 2 come to mind, Keyera and Paramount are doing that actually right now. And they're making an effort at doing that actually. So kudos to them guys. And then, of course, we have extra costs that the local guys don't. So what that ends up doing is driving down wages. So we have sub, we have mob and demob to get up there back. So this is forcing companies to look at relocating or locating in those areas a small part. For us, what we would do is set up dispatches in other areas and then keep our central fab here, is what we'd like to do. And nobody's pushed back on that yet. So when we've done that with oil companies, a lot of times if you're working in certain areas, when you bid on a job, they'll actually attribute 15 or 20% just for not being there. So when you have to try to undercut those prices, it's competitive. The good advantage is, you know, companies that are here working up there, you know, don't do those types of things, you know, and they'll compare on an apples to apples basis. So just, you know, talking about economic growth, of course, this all goes without saying, but more jobs, higher wages, tax revenue, and opportunity for local business. The industry trends, people are moving away, and so we need to attract industry to have economic growth. So, you know, less red tape, more cost effective for them are 2 things that would probably be something that would speak to them. And then target any industry that we can. I think it's very important that forestry, ag, mining, oil and gas, petrochemical, tourism, the thing that we need to focus on though is it has to be of significant scale. So what we're losing is billions and billions. So if something comes in and it's 2 million, I mean, it's an order of magnitude smaller. So as long as we understand that, then the thing that it ends up coming out in the pocketbook. Everyone will feel a little bit more poor, is how that'll feel. So brainstorming ideas, so I was just asking different industry guys, and of course they put all this stuff in there knowing full well that some of it can't happen. But in a wish list, so relief for property taxes on discontinued legacy assets. So these old assets are kind of the Achilles heel that cost them a lot of money. So they would rather use that money and relocate the CapEx on these new type of wells where they can generate a higher return. So because it's new technology. So the old model is actually kind of broken. So they would, do that. I added the new CapEx. So if you're, okay, you get relief, but if you do new CapEx in the area. So if you're investing in the area, sure. Because then at least you're gonna get it in a different way. Greater service at cost, provider advocate for property tax incentives, makes taxes a sliding scale based on commodity prices, relief on permits. All of these pretty much are cost-driven things. So they're trying to cut their cost anywhere they can. And believe me, on the construction side, it's just like this. We're looking at everything to figure out ways to cut cost. And then, of course, I added the bottom part was to say advocate for and pursue investment in the Duvernay, because I think that's the most, it's a very big opportunity for this area. So with that, that's the end of my presentation.
Great.
Hopefully I didn't lose everyone, but.
Thank you. So any questions from council? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
So Chad, you talked about the Duvernay and how it's rich natural gas out there.
Yeah.
Is it more sweet or sour? Okay.
But even if it was,
It's
it
more
is sweet. Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering on that. Okay.
So.
Thanks.
Councillor Lang.
Sweet, that's good.
Thank you, Chad. Very informative presentation. So my question is, as a municipal government, what can we do that can help? Like, I understand the provincial and the feds with the pipelines, but what can the local municipal governments do to help the oil and gas industries?
I think even if it was to advocate for the industry or even show support of the industry, I think would mean a lot. So right now, more than any time I've ever seen in my history is they appreciate it, because they're in the trenches and they're fighting a fight. So they appreciate people showing support. That means a lot. And then, of course, if there is anything on the cost side that people can do, even to talk about it, is appreciated, usually. So.
Any other questions? Councillor Duncan.
So the Duvernay, will it be more attractive in this area once TC gets their expansion completed? Is that going to help ship, or is that it's going the wrong way, that stuff, right? It has to go to Fort McMurray as opposed to joining that TC system?
So when the Nova Gas expansion happens, you're going to have less pressure on the Nova Gas system down here,
Yeah.
which will make it easier to get into it and easier to sell. So it's going to create and less congestion. So for sure, it's going to help them be able to get into the system, which I think would be attractive. So it's a good thing for the area, and of course, there's the investment just from doing the work itself. So for sure, whether or not that will give them enough of an incentive to do it, because that's the natural gas part of it. But then they have to build out a huge, which is good for us. They have to build out a pipeline network. They have to build out their plants. They have to do all this stuff to be ready for the new production, which is why they're being choosy about where they do it.
Yeah.
So they would have to decide whether or not, I know one company for sure has that choice between us and K-Bob to do that. So it'll be based on a cost probably basis. So, but that one helps on the costs, so to make it more effective. The other thing that's actually really interesting. So this is all based on pre-COVID, world. Now that COVID happened, oil production shut down. And oil, you get, I talked a lot about rich gas with liquids, but there's the opposite, which is liquids with gas. So oil wells actually get associated gas with it. When they shut in production, you get less production of gas. So it seems like it should be good for natural gas. So that should be good for us. So there's guys I know out west that are planning on putting rigs on in the fall in the drier natural gas world, just because the natural gas price is improving. So, and the natural gas price will improve once LNG Canada also is open. Right. So, because then we'll be access to world markets, which suck kind of right now, but they'll improve. So,
Okay, thanks.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
So just curious for yourself, do you have a shortage of materials for your fabrication? Is this COVID stopped things for you or slowed things down? Or you have good accessibility to the materials that you need? Or is it coming from farther away?
No, we haven't had a problem with material recently. The only time we had a problem in the last, say, 3 years for material was actually with the tariffs.
Okay.
And they weren't able to unload the steel into the shipyard because it was full of Kinder Morgan pipe.
Okay.
So, you know, for the Trans Mountain pipeline. So at that time, we did have a shortage of wide flange material, but it persisted for about a month. And of course, so those tariffs also added 60% to the steel price. So now that's kind of worked its way through the system. So steel prices have kind of gone back down, and they're actually seem to be holding steady. So we haven't seen any huge spike. But to be perfectly honest, with the interest of cutting costs, we're looking at reusing material, and we're looking at using existing sites that are being abandoned. And like, this is the extent of what's being done. So I have crews in Zama right now pulling material from existing sites to bring back to reuse for new well pads to cut costs. We're looking at everything, so.
Okay, thank you.
One of the things we've heard is that Clearwater County doesn't have enough trained labor for certain industries. What is your perspective on the training of the men and women who live in this area?
So well, it's actually interesting because what's happening is the labor mix is changing. So it's becoming more of a tech world. So what we don't have necessarily is technology people, you know, people that are really good with tech.
So could you narrow it down a little bit more? Like, is it the programmers? Is it the hardware developers? What do you see as the biggest lack?
So the interesting thing is we have people here that are good at programming, like SCADA for oil and gas, you know, PLCs, which is very similar to industrial automation. We don't have people here that are industrial automation people, so to speak. We've brought in a few people, but we've brought them in. We've also used those people then to train our local people and building out some of those things. What we do have here is very skilled labor. So, you know, historical trades, welders, pipe fitters,
Yes.
electricians, those types of things. So what you get when you combine very skilled trades with like a bit of a tech know-how, it's a pretty powerful combination. So that's the exciting thing about the area, but it's just a matter of making that mesh and putting the ingredients in and then letting it percolate.
Another thing that we've heard is the lack of internet and high-speed internet, and how has that affected your business?
Well,
And how have you been able to compensate for that?
So I'll give you an example. We had our email server set up here, and we've moved that now to an online server because it was too unreliable. And the other thing is, so when we're talking about 3D scans, the 3D scanning files themselves would be on the order of anywhere from 25 to 100 gigabytes. So I know I've talked to some people in the community, and they say, well, I never do anything over, you know, a megabyte. But to do this type of stuff, you need to have transfer that. So I couldn't send the PowerPoint because it was too big of a file, right? Because of the internet being and that was a 15 megabyte file.
Right.
So and then you start dealing with 25, 50, 75, 100 gigabytes. Then, I mean, for sure the infrastructure here, it doesn't work. So you would definitely need that to be able to open up that kind of market. But, or what ends up happening is people do that work in other areas.
Right.
Right? So yeah, for sure. It's kind of a base utility.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Councillor Lang.
Just further to that, Chad, so how do you do it? How do you use 3D?
Guy run from Grand Prairie down with a fob, and he gives it to us, and then we upload it. So the cost would be to have a guy run from Grand Prairie or wherever he's at. So what's interesting about this model is it actually allows, if it works, it allows work to be opened up for areas in Texas, all over the United States. So that's the interesting thing about 3D scanning is you don't need to be there. Now, I wouldn't go to Grand Prairie and tell them all that hey, we don't need to be here, it's great, you know. But we don't until we go to install.
We'll delete this off the live stream.
Yeah.
So any further questions? Great. A motion to accept for information, please. Councillor Vandermeer, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much for the presentation,
No,
and
thank
more
you.
than that, thank you for the jobs, for the know-how, and for helping this community.
No, we appreciate the support. And if there is anyone that's interested in tours or of seeing that technology closer up, let me know. We can arrange that for sure.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, so, sounds good.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
we will have a 5-minute recess to do the COVID protocols. So we will be back at 10 to 10. It's 9:47 a.m. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We are on item 4.2. 9:45 a.m. Heather Halladay, Secretary, and Genny Mehlhaff, Clearwater County Citizens at Large from the Rocky Clearwater Physician Recruitment and Retention Society. Welcome. Do we need to do introductions for either of you? Okay, good. Yes, and for the 2 fans we have online.
That's right. How do I just press the thing, or do I just press the?
So maybe we can start by introducing ourselves while
Yeah, sounds
get
good.
queued up.
We'll skip that slide when it comes. As you said, I'm Genny Mehlhaff. A little bit about myself. I'm a primary care paramedic with Alberta Health Services. I've been with them since 2007, but I've been in emergency services for almost 20 years. And I'm a 1001, level 1, level 2, all the numbers of the alphabet as far as fire service goes. I'll let you introduce yourself.
So I'm Heather Halladay. I've been in the community for about 9 years, coming on 10. Originally from the city and made the switch to rural and would never go back. I'm an RN. I've worked at the hospital here as well. I've been an RN for about 14 years or 16 or somewhere in there, and have been on the team with the Physician Attraction and Retention Committee, as it's called it presently, it'll be 2 years in October.
And I'm under a year, so I'm still new to the committee. So, but I've been in the community 15 years, I think now, 15 or 16 living and ranching out here. So a little bit about us. Is it just the arrow button? Okay, sorry. So there's us. Attraction effort. So the physician recruitment, as it's named currently, but we'll hopefully be getting to that, hopefully a name change by the end of this meeting. We hope, obviously, to bring in more healthcare professionals to the community. As hospitals and medical clinics, they don't function very well without doctors, and they are hard to come by sometimes. So this committee was built to attract physicians. So some of the stuff that we do in order to do so is do community tours. We live here because we love it here, and a lot of these people are not from this community, obviously. So we take them on community tours, show them the area so that hopefully they fall in love with this area as well. Physician mixers, we were hoping to do a pig roast this summer, that was the goal, but COVID has made that a little bit difficult. So we do condo welcome baskets. You guys are aware that there is a condo for physicians, locums, and residents or medical students, if it's available, to stay in, which is a big draw for a lot of them, considering they're coming from a fair distance. We build swag bags that explain the community, different maps, and stuff from the PCN as well, to hopefully give them a little bit of information about our community.
And thanks to the county for their support in the swag that we receive. It's always really well received, especially from the med students who are still quite poor. They really appreciate anything that we're giving them. So we sent out a rather lengthy update, and I wanted, you have that, so we aren't going to go through kind of everything that we're doing, but we wanted to give you kind of a nutshell, both of what the committee has been involved with traditionally, as well as what we've been doing in the last couple of years and some of the changes that we've been working to bring into play. Because when we came on, so that would have been the days of Councillors Laird and Lougheed, the main kind of efforts of the committee were the condo and the welcome baskets. And so we really felt there was lots of work to be done. And so in terms of attraction, we've done a lot of international attraction in the past, and our South African doctors are really great at recruiting their friends. But we know that if we can attract people who are locally trained, Alberta trained, they're more likely to, the process is much quicker and more straightforward. They're also more likely to stay. So a lot of the attraction efforts that we've been trying to put in place are geared at some of our learners who come. So we've increased our numbers in terms of med students and residents who we can accommodate at Rocky, which also helps to build a really great learning environment in the hospital and the clinic. And then we've really directed our efforts, a lot of our efforts is at those people as well. just knowing that they're here. So they're here for 3 months or they're here for 9 months. So let's show them what an amazing place this is and really try to seal the deal there. So you can probably go to the next one, I think, Jenny. Resident events, that's another thing that we do. So residents in their last year of training, so they are within a year of becoming full-fledged physicians on their own, hold events where speakers come and that kind of thing. So we've done booths in the past. We're continuing to do that, trying to branch out and do a little more of that, and have seen definitely physicians come who met us at the transition event. We have one gentleman who started 2 weeks ago and met our team at the transition to practice event and came as a result of that. The other thing we're trying to do a better job is tracking. So how effective are these results? We really want to base our attraction retention around evidence and what works. So we don't need to rebuild the wheel here in Rocky. We can look at communities in Alberta and around the country that are doing things really well and build on that, as opposed to trying to build from the ground up. So we're trying to do a better job of tracking, keeping our own data so that we can kind of assess whether what we're doing is beneficial and then either keep doing it or change directions. Did you want to talk about the condo?
As I stated a little bit before, is the condo has been a very attractive thing with us being as rural as we are and them not being here, like from here. It's been very attractive for people coming in. We just had a husband-wife team stay in it for a few months while they toured the area, and I believe they were working, yes? Yeah. Yes. So that was good for them to see the community as well. Locums stay in it. Those are doctors that are just filling in. And as you guys I'm sure are aware, we have a physician shortage. So the locums are coming in and covering for those times in the ER or on the unit when we don't have physicians available to cover those times.
And then I guess,
oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. To give a little bit of context about that, when the team was looking at attraction options, there's always the option to throw money at people and to say, if you come to our community, we'll give you a bonus and that kind of thing. And our team really chose to shy away from that, feeling that our community will speak for itself. And if you want to be here, great, we'd love to have you, but we don't need to give you $10,000 to tell you that. And also people who come for the bonuses don't tend to be the ones that stay. So the condo was seen as a much better investment in terms of, if you come to the community, we'll give you housing for 3 months, get your feet on the ground, transition into work, help your family get a handle on what this place is about, and then look for housing. So that's been, we've found that has been a better fit for us, I guess.
So online presence, we're live streaming right now. We know that online is where we need to be. You guys were just discussing how important internet is. Online is where it needs to be. We feel that as we transition into the healthcare professionals realm, hopefully, that we will then be able to branch out and do more Facebook, more Instagram, and target people that way. We also feel it'll be a better use of advertising dollars because we'll be able to touch base with a lot more people that way, and hopefully be able to showcase our community by linking to your guys' online presence in town, county, and the chamber as well. Challenges.
So we're at a real watershed here, and it's exciting, and we're super passionate about this and excited to be here to kind of touch base with you guys and let you know where we've been and where we see ourselves heading. We've been working on these terms of reference and the structure of the team for quite a while, and trying to walk that line of really feeling the need to expand our mandate to include healthcare professionals. So we know that doctors don't work in isolation, and we can recruit doctors, and if they have a terrible team, they're less likely to stay. Now, I'm a nurse. I don't think it's a terrible team at all, but we see the need to retain nursing staff, other allied health staff, and really help to create communities and cultures where people just want to stay. That's good for everybody, and that's good for our physicians in terms of them coming in and say, this is a team who knows what they're doing, who works well together. We get feedback about that, and we know that that's a big part of why people choose to stay. And so we're really looking forward to moving forward with just the structure of our team in terms of our terms of reference. We sent that out as a draft just for your reference, but as we expand to healthcare professionals, things are going to change a little bit. So we'll talk about that in terms of the letter from the town. We'll get to that shortly, so I won't kind of go into it too much here. Obviously, it's hard to do our job right now. It's really hard to attract physicians to Alberta. never mind Rocky Mountain House. And so I think that we're trying to navigate as well what our role is in terms of championing and advocating while walking that line of having municipal political representation in that. So where is our role in advocating for our physicians? And yeah, so we welcome conversation about that. COVID has been a challenge. We've tried to continue on, so I've done tours in the last little bit for physicians where they convoyed, so they're in their vehicle behind me and we're on our phones and I'm saying, here is this building, and that's gone okay. I've done tours with masks and we're trying to keep going, but it is challenging, right, to be touring them through town and the county and say, usually this is where, the National Historic Site is where we would have amazing July 1st festivities. It's closed right now, you know, and that's kind of the theme of the tour. It's closed right now, but so really still trying to highlight things, knowing that COVID is going to change things, but it doesn't mean our community is any less fantastic. So trying to just work around that. Physician shortage. So I attached at the end of my update the doctor report from the last month that Dr. Rogers compiles for us every month at our meetings. That I think highlights that we're in a really tough spot, and I think you guys probably have some insight into that anyways, but there was the article in the Mountaineer this last week just outlining that things have not been fixed, right, and relationships are still tenuous, and we still have many doctors whose future is uncertain, as well as doctors we know are retiring and that sort of thing. It's a huge challenge. And in the past, you know, when we've talked about expanding his services, especially to the county and trying to meet the needs of our community more creatively, you know, we have talked in the past about expanding services to Nordegg and that, but we aren't even able at this point to maintain services to Caroline. So that's been a huge blow. It really is. And so we're still continuing to work hard, even since we put the slides and everything together. We've had 2 physicians who've kind of come forward, and we have an email address now, which has been really helpful. It's been really hard to push some of these things through, but we're continuing to push. So I've had physicians contacting. I run the email, contacting and saying, hey, I'm interested in your community. Can I come? So then we say yes. Come tomorrow, how about? Yeah. So that's been really great to have people kind of connecting with us that way. And so we have one who's coming back for a couple weeks every month for the next several months, and we have one who wants to check things out. The physicians that were here for 3 months, it was the same thing. They just emailed and said, hey, we're looking for places to settle down. Do you think we should try Rocky? Yeah, I do. And so then going forward, as of June, I said we have physician issues. Yeah, so there are lots of challenges, but I think we're at a really great point in terms of opportunity for moving forward and kind of getting ourselves together and having a really great focus on healthcare professionals and excellence in that. So.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we're actually hoping to achieve today while we're here is we would like council's blessing to continue to move forward with the healthcare professionals mandate rather than just physician recruitment and retention. As Heather said, the doctors don't do healthcare in a vacuum, so we would like to help and support them with more healthcare staff in general. Again, like it's a team, right? They work better as a team. So we would like, and the terms of reference will then reflect that changed mandate as well with council's blessing.
So we put some things that we were looking at moving forward, and I put a little bit of a timeline there just so you could see what we're looking at in our update. Again, I won't go through that unless you have questions. We're happy to answer. Is the next slide the healthcare professional inclusion?
I have a question, if you could go back to that slide. With the Facebook. Nope.
Moving forward.
This one. The online presence, Facebook, Instagram targeted ads, and by that the thought is to specifically target doctors in other parts of the world, Edmonton, Calgary, and use the funds that the committee has, or the society, or whatever the new organization is going to be, to, you know, singly target doctors and tell them what's great here, or what's the vision with the ads?
Necessarily just doctors. So again, we're hopefully branching out into healthcare professionals. We have been without, for example, an ultrasound tech at our hospital for quite some time. So it'd be great to target like an ultrasound tech or occupational therapist or primary care paramedics if needed, or whatever whatever we see as a gap, and show them how great our community is. Because again, if we make them fall in love with the community, they will want to be here. That's the hope.
Social media wise, there's so much that we can do for free, right? So we were really wanting to tap into some of the schools, so the U of A, U of C, RDC, we have students that are in Alberta already that we would really like to make inroads in. So in terms of their, they have peer groups online, and then the physician groups as well. So family physicians have Facebook groups that we would love to just kind of infiltrate and make connections with, because that's an easy win, and there is a huge body of men and women who are in our province, and we really want to target there. So there is potential for sure for international efforts, but I think that's kind of been where we've been in the past, more because, you know, this South African physician has a buddy and we need somebody right now. And so that's been a bit of a Band-Aid, and it's worked, and we are so thankful for the South African contingency that we have. But we think that we can do better by, and I guess have a more sustainable strategy by really targeting those people that are in Alberta. So I think that's kind of where we're going with Facebook and Instagram as a starting point. And in terms of the targeted ads, I think maybe we'll get there, but the first idea is just to make connections with a lot of those local academic institutions and really try to connect with them.
Great, thank you.
Yep. So in terms of healthcare professionals, we attached the letter from the town. And so I guess as a bit of a history, and the councillors who are around the table with us will attest that we've been working towards healthcare professional inclusion for some time, and struggled to gain consensus on the team. There was always near consensus. And so it was really helpful to have a letter from a funding partner saying, hey, we give you half of your budget, and we really think that you should include healthcare professionals. And so we're really excited about that, and we know that there has been county support for that as well. So we wanted to bring that to you today, and just to put that out there, that this is what the town has suggested and recommended for us. We know that in the past, county has been really on board with that as well, and so we just want to have a coordinated and united effort. So we're happy to have anybody speak to that or ask questions. We've talked a little bit about why it's important to include those other healthcare professionals, and yeah, so are there any questions or comments about that?
Councillor Laird.
Yes, thank you, ladies, and it's good to have an update. As you're well aware, Councillor Lougheed and I certainly were in many of those meetings, and we recognize there's certainly some roadblocks. So would a letter from this council be helpful to, to make it formal that we're looking for that healthcare professional mandate? And I guess that's my question, is would that be a helpful step forward for yourselves as our committee representatives?
I think so. I mean, I think that first nudge was kind of all the people who are kind of holding back really need it, but I think that having that letter from county would be really helpful as well, just in terms of a united front and saying that both of these partners agree that this is the direction to go. I think that would be fantastic. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So perhaps near the end we can work on a motion to that effect.
Yes. Any other questions this time? Councillor Lang.
Good morning.
Hi.
I totally get it when you say the physicians don't work in a vacuum. I had 30 years in laboratory and radiology. So my question is, with the recruitment, are you attending these career fairs that U of A, Calgary University, Nate and Sate put on, where you can get, you get your technicians and your ultrasound people and your physicians? Are you attending these fairs to let them know?
That's the answer. And so we haven't been traditionally, and that's something that we've been trying to put forward. So the transition to practice events were kind of an effective way to get at just the physicians, but because our mandate wasn't these healthcare professionals, we haven't really been given the blessing to go forward to those events that included a broader multidisciplinary team. So I think we've discussed it as a strategy for moving forward, because for a lot of them, it's been amazing just to have the map of the area, and for people to know that Rocky actually isn't on the moon. It's actually quite close to Edmonton and Calgary, and a totally doable distance, and all those kinds of things. For some people, that's all it takes, is to say, oh, maybe Rocky's a viable option. So we really see the benefit of attending those sorts of things.
Yeah, I have a daughter that just graduated from 7 years of university. So yeah, they have these career fairs, and they're always well participated.
Yeah.
in. Another question. So I spent some time in the East Country near Provost. So that's kind of out in Never Never Land. They don't seem to have a hard time recruiting physicians. So I would think this is a more desirable place to live. I hope they're not watching. But why do you think that is so?
I think that's something that we're really, interested in digging into a little bit, because I think even Drayton Valley just recruited 2 physicians, and we're kind of sitting here scratching our heads. And so I think, we don't totally know, and I think there's opportunity for us to partner more with those other attraction and retention committees to learn from them and that kind of thing. But it's a really valid question, because I mean, people come here. And I think part of it is just not knowing. People come here and say, man, it's beautiful here. I had no idea. And I'm sure you guys get that all the time in various industries and aspects. And so a lot of it, I think, is putting the word out. I think, too, that the network is strong in terms of some of those internationally recruited physicians. So there is a lot of that goes on, where doctors settle in a community like that. And then they call their friends and come there. So physicians end up in any community that we would consider maybe not as beautiful or desirable, and it's just kind of circumstantial that way. So I think that the increased targeting of Albertans or Western Canadians will help with that as well. Yeah.
A third question. Has there been any consideration given to allow the physicians, now I may not understand this correctly, but my understanding is when they come to this community, they are to practice in the medical clinic. Has there been given any consideration to allow them to open up their own private practice? I've heard that from physicians in other areas. I've heard it from constituents on the campaign trail, and I'm just thinking, I would think there'd be a lot that want to have their own practice, and it would actually maybe enable them to put down more roots in the community, because it's harder to up and leave when they have a business.
Double-edged sword, so I think that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is from actual attraction of physicians. For them to come to a community where there's one clinic is a huge draw, and I think that I had no idea until physicians kind of laid that out for me, that the idea that physicians are working together in a united way and working together out of one clinic is rather rare and is a huge attractor for them. I think there are a lot of communities that have multiple clinics, and it works, and I mean it's a model that works, but there tend to be multiple clinics because they've had splits. It kind of gets to be like churches. So the clinics split because there is a disagreement or an outing, and then there are 2, and then there are 3. There are often dynamics where those groups then don't speak to each other. So we have a physician that was recruited to our site, for example, who went to a different community, went and did a tour, and had a physician come up to her and say, oh, what are you doing here? And they were from the other clinic. And so the one clinic didn't tell the other clinic the doctor was coming because they are trying to recruit to their clinic specifically, or doctors who round at different times so they don't have to coexist together in the hospital. It can get really messy, and it's really messy in a lot of communities. So I think the ideal state in terms of the physicians is to practice out of one clinic, especially for our size. I mean, once you get to a certain size, it doesn't make sense. But I think that there may be room for both. And if physicians want to come and practice, I mean, they're certainly welcome to open up a clinic, and if they believe that model is better. The other thing is that each clinic will have their own computer information system, their own electronic medical records and that sort of thing. So for us now, any patient that comes in that is seen in Rocky Mountain House is in that system. And so if I'm a physician and I go in, it doesn't matter if Dr. Mehlhaff has seen this person, I can look up the records and see the visit history, and in situations with multiple clinics, you can't do that because they don't speak to each other. They don't have the same medical records, and they exist separately.
There's still net care. They have net care, but it's not the same, because I asked the exact same question. So there is still net care, but that's not the same as the doctor's thoughts and notes that they
Visit
put
notes.
into their file. So they'll pull up your last records, like your last med records or your last lab results, but it won't have the doctor's thoughts.
Meditech, Netcare, and you can basically get their records. I'm just thinking if there was options for either or, it may be more of an attraction. And I've worked in, I'm just thinking as you're talking that there can be problems. I'm thinking of 4 communities I worked in where there was many physician clinics, and I never became aware of any problems. So it might be an option to look at. So second question, if they do have their own medical office, are they allowed to work at the hospital? Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you.
So the privileging is separate in terms of working in the hospital, so that would be something that is dealt with through Alberta Health Services, and yeah. We are looking, I think, in terms of trying to attract physicians and get creative, that if there are physicians that maybe just want to work in clinic but don't do hospital, that perhaps we could bring those in to try to redirect some of our physicians who work in the hospital. So we're looking at all kinds of options that maybe haven't been explored in the past, or that there's been some reticence to look at, just because we need boots on the ground. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Lang.
Councillor Laird.
Thank you, Councillor Lang. You were kind of going exactly down the same path or thought path as I was having with regard to having more than one clinic. I believe there's an opportunity also to have doctors have a clinic in the hospital as well. It's my understanding, and perhaps one or both of you could speak to that, because that might be another alternative option. And then there's some other attraction for me. When I look at healthcare professionals as a whole, I always think about retention as being the more important thing than the attraction, because it's more important as, and I'll put it in your terms, it's better to stop the bleeding first so we don't have people leaving, and that, yes, and cheaper. Keep them here. So, if you could speak to that as well. I'd like to hear how you're managing, or thoughts around ideas around that, and potential clinic in the hospital, and or other ideas about how we could reduce or help the doctors with other programs.
Yes, Didsbury Hospital does have a physician that works out of their hospital, so he has one of the emerge rooms they've turned into a clinic space, and then so he'll still see emergency patients, so he covers the emergency room while he's running his clinic. So in between his clinic patients, he's seeing emerge patients. And obviously as an ambulance, we phone ahead, so he'll be aware that we are coming in. I work a lot out of Olds, that's why I'm aware of how Didsbury and Olds function. So we phone ahead, they know that we're coming, so he knows to be prepped that we have a heart attack coming in, or a trauma patient, or whatever. I definitely see that as a model functioning here, but that's something that will have to be worked out with Alberta Health Services. That's an Alberta Health Services facility. We unfortunately don't have control over that facility, but if there is a physician that would be interested in doing that, I think that it's a direction that we can help try to spearhead Alberta Health in that direction, if we have a physician that would be interested in working out of the hospital.
Be fantastic. I've worked in a facility where we had a full clinic attached to the hospital. I think obviously the physical space is a challenge in our hospital. That would be a major player. And I think too that especially as the physicians are at a critical number right now and trying to figure out how to continue to make the clinic building and business viable, that there is that aspect of, well, as a business, how do you get creative, and how do you change things up to make this viable, which maybe is not the conversation so much right now as how do we support how do we maintain what we have. So I think that we're gently trying to advocate in that direction too, that there may need to be just some creative solutions sought that don't look the way that they have for the last decades, and that may not be the worst thing. I think maybe if we can just touch on the inclusion of healthcare professionals. So am I understanding that there is support from the county for us to proceed in that direction of including healthcare professionals in our mandate for attraction and retention?
And some of the key things that we're hoping to be able to work on right away, or we think we can get some like easy wins, well, maybe not easy, but we're hoping to get some wins right away, is nurse longevity. It's my understanding the hospital is bleeding nurses, and we need to find a way to keep them. the community care paramedic program. It's it's the world that I work in, so I obviously think that it's a great opportunity. It's basically putting an advanced care paramedic in the field, and I hope to come with you guys in the next few months, come back to you guys with a full breakdown presentation of how that can look, and how if we get the mandate to go forward with healthcare professionals, of how we can help bring that to our community. And that will not only support your constituents, but also support the physicians in order to help put a trained professional with their patients for as long as is required. They run IV antibiotics right on the scene, they do lab draws right on the scenes in some of these elderly facilities, so that the doctors don't necessarily have to go there, but can still see their patients then telemedically. But we'll hopefully come back soon with a presentation on that for council.
Strategic, or a creative way of trying to be strategic about our resources. Yeah.
And support them so they don't feel like their patients are being lost in the mix of how busy and how short-staffed they are. Their patients will still be seen by a professional.
So in regards to the expansion from physicians to healthcare workers, does council have any concerns about the expansion of the role of this committee? Councillor Duncan.
So a question I would have there would be the funding level, and I don't expect maybe an answer at this time, it would maybe come at budget time, but would there be a need for more funds for the group or less funds? And the other question that relates to that would be, I'm not sure I quite understand how that works in terms of, say, if one of you were, because you're our county reps, if you're going to a recruitment session somewhere out of town, or is that a cost that goes back to the committee, or is that a cost that comes directly back to the county?
That's a cost that comes back to the county. I don't think at this time we would be looking for further funding. I mean, I anticipate down the road that if all of a sudden we're focusing on, or going from focusing on 20 individuals to 300 individuals, that there's obviously the potential that we would be looking for more funding. I think we're looking also at maximizing the RPAP grants and monies there. But I think also we're really wanting to work a little smarter, and I do think that and one thing I've struggled with as a nurse and advocated for on the team is that there's always been a dissonance for me about what we're doing for physicians and the way that we're elevating them in our attraction efforts. We appreciate them, and they do something that none of us can do. But at the same time, are we treating everybody respectfully, and are we elevating them above other people? So I think that there may be opportunity to work a little bit smarter without, maybe spending as much as we have on some of those efforts and spreading things out. And I think too that some of the efforts we're talking about, so for example, when we get 8 nursing students who are in their 3rd or 4th year of their nursing program coming to Rocky for 6 weeks, in the past I haven't been able to go on behalf of my team and say, hi, welcome, we think this community's great, here's why. But maybe it's just a presentation, which is free. It takes 30 minutes of my time and some pens and a gift card to Rocky Mountain Mud or something. Do you know what I mean? We're not talking about necessarily tons more money, but using it really smartly. Yeah.
Councillor Laird.
Yes, a few years ago when I attended FCM in Halifax, one of the primary focuses that they were starting to talk about was the move from recruiting and retention of the whole healthcare professionals team. And I sat in on a lot of information that I'll say, we're going to be, if we don't make this move, we're going to be competing with the rest of Canada, who has already figured out it takes an entire team to have healthcare in your community. So to me, it's we're a little bit lagging, and we need to get on it. So I fully support that, from my perspective, and I understand I'm one of 7, so I guess I'm looking to the rest of you. I'm advocating that we do go to the whole health professional team, and there may be, in my estimation, dollars well spent in keeping those folks in our community as well. That whole retention piece is a big one for me, because that's to me primary, so we want to stop the bleeding. The other part is, I guess from an advocacy point, there seems to be a bottleneck in Red Deer. I'm going to be that blunt, with physician getting their ability to have their practice and their scope approved. And I'd like to understand better how us as a council can advocate to get those privileges to do certain skill scopes and whatnot approved in a more efficient and effective way, because we have doctors that's come and gone. When Councillor Lougheed and I were on that committee, and it was quite frankly a tragedy. So we need to better understand from that, your group, how to do that, because that's a role I believe we can actively participate in as a council. If that's letter writing or meeting with the Minister of Health or our local MLA, I think these are important conversations that need to be had. And I believe we can do that effectively with our partners of the town and the village. So, because we need this very important asset in our community. And if this bleed continues, we won't have a hospital.
Surgical program. So Councillor Laird is referring to, at least in part, our physicians will come here. So especially our internationally trained physicians, that's the real challenge, is that they come with a skill set that then basically has to be reproven. And so they're kind of at the mercy of the Central Zone Approval Committee, which is based out of Red Deer, which is a site that has an agenda to enhance services there. And so
By there, you mean where?
to enhance services in Red Deer,
Okay.
at Red Deer,
To
the
the
Red Deer Hospital.
exclusion of the outlying areas.
Yeah, especially for surgical services, there is definitely a mindset that surgery should not be performed outside of the city. And so it's a very, even today, a very real possibility that we could lose physicians who love this community and want to stay here because it's not viable for them to do so. They cannot get privileging to practice to their full scope. And that means that financially it doesn't make sense for them to stay in our community. So I think that there's definitely a role to play in terms of contacting the minister, and I mean, really anyone who will listen. I wrote a letter to the CEO of AHS last week and just said, this is what's going on, and I don't know, maybe you've been told 10 times, but this is happening. Yeah.
When you become a doctor, I believe that the understanding would be that you get to do medicine. And unfortunately, they are getting told they can only do medicine to here, even though they're trained to do medicine to here. One of our physicians is a neurosurgeon, and he can't get privileges to do medicine here. He can do general practitioner work, excellent, super. But that's not what he wants to do. And we're lucky that he has stuck it out as long as he has, trying to get privileges here. He went to another province to try to see if hours there would correlate here, and there's a bottleneck in Red Deer, and I maybe that's something you guys can help us with.
So I guess, it's good to bring up, because it's a huge retention challenge, you know? I mean, to actually get them here and to have them love the community and want to practice and not be able to. Yeah.
So it is 10:26. We have a delegation at 10:45, and administration has asked for about 15 minutes so we can get the technology ready for the teleconference. So, are there any further questions, like Teresa, Councillor Lang?
I just want to make a comment. Heather, you said a few things that really resonated with me. The one thing to help retain all professionals, these practicum students that come, I know there's lab, x-ray, physiotherapy and all that. And like you say, like if you could make them feel more welcome, there's some students that you can maybe talk, like you said, working smarter. So that'd be one way to encourage them to stay in the community. And I also just want to suggest that it's not only the physicians that are being drawn to the larger centers, just from my experience in lab and radiology. You know, I know when I worked at ECFL, one time ECFL used to do surgeries, and they just kept taking away. But even the laboratory testing, when I thought, think back about the tests I was able to perform, probably 50 different tests. And by the time I left, it's down to maybe half a dozen. And, you lose all that training and your expertise, and you don't want to lose it. So a lot of the techs move somewhere where they don't lose their skills. So that goes way beyond the physicians.
In general, because for example, in my field, we're being told to bypass rural hospitals with our critical patients. Like, we're not even stopping. So then they don't even get the ability to see those patients. We continue treating them and we get them into a city, or we put them in a helicopter, like where we could be stopping and stabilizing these patients if we had physicians that could take on these patients, but they can't.
Councillor Laird.
Yes, so ladies, I think you did a fantastic job of trying to bring us up to speed without Councillor Lougheed and myself at the table for the last number of months. And I need to thank you, because I think that you're doing great work. I noticed in your terms of reference, though, and I get that this is very much draft, that we have elected officials, and it shows town only. I assume it's probably just a oops. Or do you feel that we're well represented with the citizens at large and simply coming in and giving us an update? Because I feel confident in the representation that we have. Just wanted to get a feel for if you felt that was working, and if this is working well, or should we have representation at that table or periodically?
By representation, you mean elected
Council,
official
yeah.
representation?
I think that would be the preference, and I think that the reason that there's no county representation on there is because county declined to be around the table, so we took that off. I think it's definitely the preference, even periodic. And I think part of it is, and I agree that we can do our job well, but we're always representing county, the county constituencies. We can't represent council, right? So that's where it becomes tricky. And I think even just too, because we always have 2 town representatives around the table, that it's nice to have that county voice and representation too. So I would put that forward. It's working. There haven't been any major holes or gaps, but there are definitely times that come where we would love to have that voice from county council. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, because we're trying out something this year. We're trying to figure out what's the effect, and as you move forward, and I'm not always sure that you need 2. Right. Maybe it's 1 and an alternate, and I guess for us going into our October meeting where we figure out who's on whatever council, perhaps we will have this part of the terms of reference sorted out so that we can make a decision on how to.
And I'm happy to put that in, to put 1 and an alternate in, just, whatever. We would love to have you guys around the table. And I think too, just to put a note out for strategic planning in the fall when we do that, we would love to have county council representation as well. So I recognize that we're out of time. We really had wanted to talk with you guys about this whole society status and potentially moving to a subcommittee. So I'll leave that to you in terms of when we can do that, or when we can.
One option is we could go to the delegation 1045 without a motion and then bring the 2 of you back after our next delegation. If council wanted to continue the discussion about the change of name and also, like you said, a committee of the chamber.
So what time would that be?
Mr. Emmons? Or we could plan to have, we could bring this back at 1 o'clock after lunch, 12:45 after lunch. Does that, any concerns from the administration on the timing?
I'm more worried about they probably both have childcare today.
No, I'm unavailable, but Jenny's available, and I don't know if Michelle or Colleen would be available in terms of chamber representation, if you guys wanted to continue the conversation.
I'd like to understand it.
So council?
Yeah.
So 1 o'clock, or let's go for 12:45. We'll bring the delegation back with the addition of the chamber, and we'll continue to discuss this so we get all the information we require.
Okay.
Oh. So could I have a motion to table? Councillor Lougheed?
Yeah.
All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. We will have a brief recess to set up the technology, and we will come back with item 4.3 at 10:45 a.m.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
We really need to improve this.
Okay, it is 10:46 a.m. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We have a delegation, Reeve, Bart, Guyon, Brazeau County, and Brian, is it Senio?
Senio, yes.
Senio, Consultant General Public Affairs, the Western Economic Corridor Initiative, PDF. And if everyone on the Zoom call would like to introduce themselves first, and then we will introduce all of council to the people on the Zoom call.
Hi, it's Bart Guyon from Brazeau County.
Jocelyn Whaley, CAO, Brazeau County.
Brian Senio, Global Public Affairs.
Jim Duncan, Councillor Division 1, Clearwater County.
Cammy Laird, Councillor Division 2, Clearwater County.
Daryl Lougheed, Councillor Division 3, Clearwater County.
Tim Hoven, Councillor for Division 6 and Reeve of Clearwater County.
Michelle Swanson, Division 7, Clearwater County.
John Vandermeer, Councillor Division 4.
Teresa Lang, Councillor for Division 5.
Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services for Clearwater County.
Alana McLean, Administrative Assistant.
Tracy Haight, EA.
Mike Bell, IT Systems Administrator.
Rick Emmons, CAO, Clearwater County.
All right, so we're very thankful to have the people from Brazeau on the line. We're looking forward to hearing the presentation, and if there's ever any technical difficulties, please let us know so we can fix them right away. So Bart, you have the floor.
Okay, well, thanks for meeting with us. We appreciate it. Just an overview before we do an overview. Is we started working on some different initiatives in regards to the wide load corridor, but we realized right at the onset that that it's bigger than that, and there may be a real opportunity for all of us to work together for our individual or common concerns. We've hired Brian Senio to do a bunch of research and some strategic planning in regards to this, and so the two of us will be sharing the presentation. So I think maybe, Brian, if you want to kind of start things off so that these folks can kind of see what work you've done and why maybe there's an opportunity for us to develop this Western Economic Corridor.
Absolutely. First of all, not I, but we. It's been a pleasure working with you guys. And yeah, just before I get into this here, I just want to confirm that Clearwater County Council has a copy of the presentation in front of them, or a visual. I'm not required to share my screen at all.
Yes, we do have a copy of the presentation. And
Okay, wonderful.
do we have a reference of it for the live stream?
Okay, perfect.
Actually, would you be able to share it? Because this is live streamed, and if we want our residents to be informed about this, it's best if they can see that visual information.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, here comes our first technical problem. The host has disabled participant share screen. Any way to enable me to share my screen on the host side of things?
They are working at it. We will see what Magic Mike can do.
Brian, does Tracy have a copy of your presentation and she could share it?
Yes.
So try it now.
Okay. Looks like we have success. Can you guys see it?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So the Western Economic Corridor. So just by way of quick introduction, my name is Brian Senio. I've been contracted out by Brazeau County to, as Reeve Guyon said, assist with some strategic planning. And central to that was the development of an economic corridor, which we have been working on now for close to a year. So with that, I'll just kick things off here at the brief agenda. So introductions, we've already gone through that. Stage 2, I'll give a political lay of the land as well as a legislature update, just to let you guys know where we stand politically and policy-wise with government and what the priorities will be likely moving forward. For sections 4 and 5, we'll kind of pass the puck to Reeve, who will speak to the economic relaunch, COVID-19, and the economic corridor itself, highlighting things like why it's significant, how we can work to create one, and essentially what they are. So if at any point I am going too fast or you have any questions, just kind of shout at me, because I can't see you right now because I'm sharing the screen itself or my PowerPoint. So just holler at me if you have any questions, and yeah, I'll get underway here. Okay, so political lay of the land. So COVID-19 has fundamentally altered the political and policy landscape for the foreseeable future. Over the coming months, government will move to strategically reopen the economy while promoting economic diversification and its economic recovery strategy. The Blueprint for Jobs, which was released in conjunction with Budget 2020, will inform recovery efforts focusing on traditional and non-traditional sectors of the provincial economy. We are currently amidst a summer sitting of the legislature, which is scheduled to conclude in the coming days or next week. Approximately 19 pieces of legislation have been debated. Government remains committed to following through on campaign commitments which were outlined during the spring election platform. Currently, 50% of all commitments have been followed through on by the government. This kind of underscores the significance of that platform and how it can accurately foreshadow government policy. A couple notes of significance to Clearwater County. In the winter, we expect the Infrastructure Act and the 20-year strategic plan to be implemented. The Infrastructure Act will essentially outline a criteria for the construction of future infrastructure projects, while the strategic plan will essentially establish a vision for these projects and help inform the prioritization of them. So legislature update. So yes, session began in late February as government presented what was thought to be a transformational fiscal plan. However, a mere 3 weeks after its tabling, the Kenny administration's budget was completely upended by the COVID-19 pandemic, global recession, and plunging commodity prices. This brought about unforeseen and significant levels of government spending, which were obviously meant to help weather the storm. In total, we anticipate that the cost of the fiscal recovery will be roughly $14 billion, and it will push the deficit as high as $20 billion. What remains to be seen is how this will impact the government's commitment to balance the budget by 2023. Obviously, this type of spending wasn't anticipated, and we'll likely see government move to tighten its belts over the coming months as it works on Budget 2021, which, as we saw in the last slide, we anticipate will be tabled sometime in February. So now turning our attention to the economic relaunch. So last week on June 29th, I believe it was, the government tabled its economic recovery plan. So there were essentially 3 pillars to this plan. One was the prioritization of shovel-ready infrastructure projects to begin construction in the 2020 summer construction season, which is now. Approximately $10 billion will be spent, representing the largest build in Alberta's history. So that's pillar 1. Pillar 2 will be establishing a new government agency known as Invest Alberta to attract jobs and enhance economic growth. It is widely anticipated that David Knight-Legg, the Premier's current principal advisor, will lead the agency. And pillar 3 is to incite economic diversification in traditional and non-traditional sectors of the provincial economy. Many of these sectors dovetail, I guess you could say, with the current industry base within the corridor region. And as you can see on the screen here, I've bolded those industries: tourism, energy, forestry, and agriculture. So the plan itself was widely informed by Blueprint for Jobs, which I mentioned earlier was tabled in conjunction with Budget 2020. So if you're looking for a little bit of context around the economic recovery plan and what essentially informed it, you can turn your attention to that document, and that'll give you a good sense as to where government is going here for the rest of its mandate, as it's been significantly impacted by the pandemic. Bill 33, the Investment Attraction Act. So this is significant in the sense that it really underscores the government's priority to bring in new investment to Alberta. 2 or 3 weeks ago, we already saw them move expeditiously to cut the corporate tax rate to roughly 8% on July 1st. So this just underscores the significance of how serious this is, or how much of a priority it is for government to bring in new investment to the province. And the one thing that's nice about this corridor, as you may have seen through the MOU, which I also sent through to you guys, is that it's very strategically aligned to government's priorities. So essentially by establishing this entity, we're hoping that government will look at this region as an area that can help manifest growth and new opportunities for Albertans and municipalities situated within its borders. All right, with that, I think I'll turn it over to Reeve Guyon to just give you an overview of corridors, what they are, why they're significant, and the core themes of the one that we have worked so hard to establish so far. So, Mr. Bart, I'll turn it over to you.
Unmuted? Here we go, I'm unmuted. Okay, so, Brian has hit some of the key highlights there. And by paralleling, this corridor with the way the province thinks might give us better success rate. The Premier, when he chaired the Western Premiers Conference with all the provinces, they talked about resource corridors and corridors in general as a means to create economic activity. So that's sort of where we've gone to with that thinking. So by using a corridor as a means of economic development, and sometimes it's hard to grasp, what we're trying to do here, but by creating this sort of ribbon city or this ribbon corridor, any municipality can sign on, and you can work with one or two or three or whoever you think will help to build your own particular strategies. You can do that, or you can do it just by yourself. So what we need to do is get this corridor basically accepted, and then we can start looking for synergies, collaboration, cooperation, where we can help each other, or we can just use it to help ourselves. Brian?
Sure. So I will turn it over to our initiative specifically, which we've dubbed at the onset the Western Economic Corridor. So to date, engagement has taken place with multiple cabinet ministers, including the Minister of Transportation, the Minister of Environment, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry, the Minister of Justice and Solicitor General, as well as the Minister of Red Tape Reduction. And I forgot to mention as well, Minister of Municipal Affairs, who's actually been charged with leading this initiative inside of government. Engagement has also taken place with senior bureaucrats within the Ministry of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism. In all the meetings, the project was viewed quite favorably. I've been in constant dialogue with the Minister of Municipal Affairs and his Chief of Staff. And late last week, a meeting took place between his office and Premier's office. The meeting went quite positively. We're expecting some form of endorsement for this initiative by the Government of Alberta, hopefully by the fall. In early August, I'll be making a presentation to the Premier's office, possibly with Mr. Guyon as involved as well, hopefully, just to kind of iron out the details in terms of how this could be rolled out. But at the onset, it's been viewed quite favorably. I guess to date, the way in which we've exhibited stakeholder intent is through a non-binding MOU, which I believe we had sent to Council for your review. We have some significant signatories to date, and some more have stated their interest in participating in this project as well. Most notably, Pembina Pipelines has recently given us a glowing letter of endorsement, as well as biocomposite groups, in addition to NATE, Northern Alberta Institute of Technology, Ever Geothermal, and the Alberta Forest Products Association. As mentioned, we'd like to get a working group slated sometime for, the early fall, late summer, in conjunction with the rollout of this project, to help define, regional priorities and advocacy points, while we still continue to engage with government, but that still remains to be seen. We'd like to confirm our endorsement through the Premier's office first before we head down that route. But nevertheless, that's kind of a loose timeline in which we're working towards. Reeve, do you want to speak to the 3 objectives of this initiative?
Say that again, Brian?
Would you like to speak to the 3 objectives of this initiative?
Sure. We see that there could be facilitated market access by developing an intricate transportation network in collaboration with First Nations, municipalities, industry, and that includes but not limited to highways, roads, railways, airports, transmission lines, and pipelines. And it's all to support the movement of goods and services as well as industries located in the corridor region. We hope that it'll help to catalyze private sector investment and job creation in the corridor region, and will maybe help to harmonize a low-tax, low-regulatory environment throughout the corridor. Industry is fundamental to the success of this corridor, which includes the oil and gas, forestry, agriculture, and tourism, as Brian said. This is significant in the sense that these sectors align with the government priorities related to economic relaunch and prosperity. So, once again, it's really, I guess I'm trying to shine the flashlight with this initiative, similar to the Canamex Highway, which this particular corridor parallels. Once that corridor was launched, it became a significant route. The trouble is, it flows down the central cities, Lethbridge, Edmonton, Calgary, and up into the north. I'm trying to find a way with our county thinking on this is to shine the flashlight on the rural communities, small towns for those that maybe want to get involved, and start to direct some investment out here. Like I said, this corridor, whether you're a participant or not, you can use this corridor for your own particular benefit, or you may have an example where, let's say, Yellowhead and Clearwater want to do, something to do with the wilderness initiative tourism. You could get together with them, or you could get together with more than just 1 or 2. I just see it as a real benefit that could help all of us and help to promote the different things that we all think. In one of those presentations there, they mentioned Ever. Ever is a deep well geothermal group, and they've been working with us for some time right now, and they see this corridor as significant because they're looking at putting anywhere from 4 to 100 loops. You guys have some experience out there because east of you, they did the tests for the Ever loop, and that was just to test the technologies that were out there. When I mentioned this to Yellowhead at the last meeting we had, they said, well, could you get them to give a presentation to us? So they did that, and this is kind of a side note on this, but it ties into this whole corridor. If you want a presentation from Ever, they'd be more than willing to come out. They're looking for sites to put in about $40 million facilities, utilizing the ground temperature as a means of producing both heat and electricity. So that's just kind of a side note, but it's one of the industries that was really excited about this particular corridor as well. So
I guess at the onset, what we've kind of done here is define some short-term benefits to participants of this initiative that we hope could obviously, augment Clearwater County's standing and relationship with government. So really four topics that we earmarked here. First one is job creation, right? We want government to view this region as a hub for investment, right? We know that they're going to be rolling out significant stimulus packages to support economic diversification. So if they know and they understand that this region and the counties and industry are well aligned to their priorities, I think it's safe to say that they might be more open to spending money within the area to help promote job creation, right? relationship building and public policy input, I mean, I think those two kind of go hand in hand. Again, government is well educated on this initiative. They know how aligned we are to their priorities, and they're always willing to pick up the phone and listen to us when we have some ideas that we want to float by them. So our hope is that this will give Clearwater County, through participation, a direct line into government to help advance some of their priorities as well. And lastly, improve public infrastructure. We know the $10 billion spend that is currently in the works for new infrastructure projects. So, you know, all that to say, again, this could be an instrument that can be leveraged by the county to help advance some of their some of your priorities with respect to new infrastructure projects in the region. Bart, do you have anything else to add?
You know, I'd rather leave the rest of the time to open it up for questions, and then we can, you know, cut to the chase if there's any thoughts from Clearwater County on the benefits of this or any concerns they may have.
Sure.
So are there any questions from our councillors at this time? Councillor Laird.
Thank you. I imagine this might be for Bart, but I'll leave it at that. Or Reeve Guyon. I hope I didn't butcher your name. This says in point number 3 to harmonize a low tax, low regulatory environment. And I appreciate the low regulatory environment, but the low tax, I would like a little bit better understanding of what that means.
Well, taxes is something everybody talks about, and so we're hoping that there may be some opportunities to showcase that, generally speaking, rural municipalities have a lower tax regime than the bigger cities, and so that might be an enticement for you folks as well as anybody else that are along the path.
Subsequent question. So the intent when you say harmonize that, what, I guess that's the word that I'm kind of focused in on. Is there an expectation that we would have the same tax as the other corridor partners?
I have a very little chance of convincing my daughters of doing anything. I don't think I'd have any chance of convincing another municipality to raise or lower their taxes. So no, there is no initiative to do that whatsoever.
Thank you.
It's just more on a bigger scale that rural municipalities in general have a lower tax regime than the urban or the major cities.
Thank you for clarifying.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, good morning, Bart. Yeah, this question I think is for you. This artery connects all the way to Calgary. Now, Calgary seems to me would send a lot of things straight west. I, of course, understand the oil and gas industry and the heavy haul, big and heavy, going up Highway 22 into oil and gas areas. I guess primary oil and gas areas right now are even further north in the Fox Creek and Grand Prairie area. So, you know, we know we have this heavy haul, heavy and oversized equipment moving up Highway 22. We will get that regardless, but are we going to be able to attract other industrial activities or cargoes going this route, given that we do have a Highway 2 going north and we have major interprovincial works through from Calgary going east and west? Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, there's going to be corridors everywhere. I appreciate the question there. And so there's going to be major corridors, and those will exist anyway. This here is to create, you know, a western economic corridor that focuses, you know, on Highway 22 and the major roads that run through ours. There will always be corridors that are going on. The province is also looking at a Fort McMurray to Alaska corridor, and they may see that. Well, I think they do see that there could be a number of different corridors. There could be an eastern Alberta corridor as well. But you know how you look after your family, you try to look after the things at home first. So we're trying to focus on the smaller communities, the rural communities, and focus on this western portion that parallels Highway 2. Like I said, you've already got a number of people that have signed on that see the benefit of this particular corridor. Not that it's going to maybe subtract or attract from the Canamex Highway, which is kind of you're referring to, but maybe it'll shine the flashlight on municipalities like ours that are similar, yours, Clearwater, Yellowhead, that we have a lot of rural areas and a lot of activity that could be spun off out there. Just shining the flashlight on it might actually help to get some attention. And as Brian has said, and we've talked about, we believe that creating this corridor will give a lot of flexibility. Nobody really owns this corridor. It's not a Brazeau corridor. It's not a Clearwater or Yellowhead. It's a corridor that you can use for your own strategic planning. But you could also harness the support of others that have something similar, such as what I mentioned with Ever. All right, so Ever is an industry that could go up and down the eastern corridors, and the reason that they might want to do that is there's traditionally a hotter area there, and it kind of ties in with this particular link here. So as far as the other stuff, that's going to go on anyway. What we want to do is focus attention on, our small part of the world, which is the area that we kind of outlined there. Going to Calgary was just that basically, once you connect Highway 1 to the Yellowhead Highway, from there it can go east or west. The wide load corridor is specific though, that they can't go across the Evansburg Bridge there. If you've been up there on Highway 16, they don't have the rating there. So the only place they can go with the high load, wide load is through our municipalities and through Brazeau and through Yellowhead, and they have to cross in the middle of Brazeau County. So that's one thing that's slightly different because everything has to be routed through that corridor. So the other ones, they're going to exist. All we got to do is put our best foot forward and see what we can do to tap into whatever strategies the province or the feds have.
Bart, for that.
Bart, a question about the REDAs. Currently, Clearwater is a member of CAPE, the Central Alberta Economic Partnership. How do you see this Western Economic Corridor being different from the currently existing REDAs that exist all throughout the province?
Thanks for that question. The way I see it is this crosses borders, not just municipal borders, but it crosses economic development corridors as well. And so you have a defined area that you're working in. This one gives you the flexibility to use a portion of this corridor within that entity or not, or you could connect to others. So I think it enhances their opportunity to use this corridor for whatever needs they see within that confined boundaries. But this one crosses economic, tourism, all of the municipalities, and so it gives you more flexibility where you're not just trying to focus on that particular area. That particular area could use this corridor, but it doesn't necessarily have to, and it doesn't stop you from doing your own business. That's why it's so flexible that use it when it's good for you, use it to harness other initiatives. It's good that you brought that up because I was thinking something like that with you guys in Yellowhead. You have some similar mountainous areas along there that the two of you may want to tie it together using this ribbon corridor to enhance both of those particular opportunities.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions coming from us at this point. Was there anything else, Brian, that you would like to add?
No, I think Reeve hit the nail on the head there. Unless you guys have any questions directly for me, I think we can progress here to our fundamental ask of you guys as it relates to the project.
Please do.
Yeah. So what we're basically after we've convinced you to sign on. Is that you'll just consider signing the MOU. It may be significant or it may be insignificant. It all depends on what we can do to shape this. We're forging ahead, and we're basically fronting all the costs. We're not looking for any money or anything like that. But I think if you see some benefit to utilizing this corridor for a collective lobbying or strategic planning or not, it gives you the flexibility, and there's really no cost to you. I'm not sure about the Canamex highways, how many times they have meetings, but the intent wasn't to create a committee, but initially we may want to do some strategies on why it's good for all of us or why it's good for us as individuals, but that can come later down the pipe. We're still forging ahead. We're going to continue working with different industries, the government and stuff, to try to get this area defined at least for all of our benefits, basically. So no money. We don't want any money.
So any further questions on the call to action? Seeing none, I want to thank the people from Brazeau for the presentation. I know we will be discussing this. I don't know if at this council meeting, but at a future one. And we will be forwarding you our decision. So
Okay, well, I appreciate you guys taking time. I quite enjoy Clearwater County. You're a breath of fresh air sometimes when I'm dealing with other municipalities. So thanks. Take the rest of the day off and be safe.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to accept this as information? Councillor Laird? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. We will have a brief recess to clean up all the technology.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, guys.
It is 11:25. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We are moving on to item 5.1 with Public Works, rescind dust stabilization and subdivisions policy.
Reeve Hoven, Deputy Reeve Swanson, Council. As per the direction of previous councils, staff continues to review policies that are dated 10 years or older. As such, as part of the housekeeping, administration recommends that the dust stabilization and subdivisions policy be rescinded as it is no longer applicable and therefore obsolete. I will turn it over to Caitlin Erickson, our Surface Road Supervisor, and she'll just touch on a few points as to why we would like to rescind this particular policy.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Morning. So the dust stabilization in subdivisions policy, dated 1990, is outdated and has been replaced with the current dust suppression policy dated 2019. The combination of SS1, lignosulfonate, and chip seal is no longer used by Clearwater County for dust suppression. These are the products that are referenced in the dust stabilization policy. These products have been replaced with other products such as SB90 and or magnesium or calcium chloride. Any resident within Clearwater County wishing to apply for dust suppression may still do so under the current dust suppression policy.
As such, we ask that Council rescind the dust stabilization and subdivisions policy.
Were there any questions from Council for the Public Works? Councillor Lanning.
Good morning. I have no problem with rescinding it. I'm just curious as a little bit of the historical background on why these other products were are no longer used and replaced.
Since I've come on, to my knowledge, we've only been using the SB90 and the calcium and or magnesium chloride. I don't know when the transition was made out of it, but I do know, I believe there's one or two roads that still have the lignosulfonate on it. Potentially could be a question of accessibility, who provides it anymore, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know, can't really comment further.
Since I've been on, we've only ever used SB90 and or the magnesium chloride or calcium chloride. As to the history behind it, I would turn to our resident expert who's been here for many years, knows every detail associated, Mr. Emmons.
I don't know about that, but lignosulfonate's a tree sap byproduct. There was no marketability in it. It broke down far too quickly. On the environmental side, it was extremely attractive, but it was far more expensive to apply and reapply. So longevity just wasn't there to make it a sustainable product. Welcome.
Any further questions? Councillor Duncan.
So, and thank you for bringing this forward. And in part, it came out of my division because there was questions from the Everdale group, Clearwater States. They were looking to have redone their dust stabilization, and it wasn't to their satisfaction. And they looked at this as the overarching overarching policy to get it redone in their area. So it caused some confusion that this was no longer available. So it is timely that we were able to do this, and we had we went through a lot of questions from them on this and figured it out. The only other question I would bring to council here is that in all the work I did on this, and I only have really the work with the Clearwater States, but the thickness of the SB90 that you put on seems to make a difference in how long it lasts. And our current policy and the current way we apply it, it certainly doesn't stand up to heavy truck traffic. But in these residential subdivisions, and I think that's maybe why in part that we originally had maybe a policy kind of separate for residential subdivisions, that they don't have that truck traffic that we do on a lot of the other dust controls out in the county. So and I'm, not ready to, we should move forward today, but I'm wondering if there isn't a different level of SB 90 that could be applied to residential subdivisions that would make it last longer. I think we could perhaps investigate if that's, there's a variety of reasons why it doesn't stand up, the SB 90. It may not only be thickness, it's also the road base that's underneath it, various reasons. But a lot of these ones in the residential areas, if they're thicker, have lasted for 10 years or more. Whereas typically we're redoing them every, our contract is for 3 years, and sometimes they last longer than that with some patching. But in other cases, we're just plowing them up and people are having to reapply to the program and repay their thing. And a lot of the residents especially look forward to getting more bang for their buck because their SB 90 lasts a lot longer than the 3-year contract it's left. And it's at our cost. So I'm not suggesting that we would do this at our cost, but I think it's worth looking into, because all new residential subdivisions will be paved. That's our current policy for the multi-lot is that they're paved, and we take over those roads. Whereas the older ones are not paved. Residents typically, Crimson Lake is an example of that, and Clearwater States as well, where they take collect the money amongst themselves and do that all through the subdivision, not just the 150 meters in front of each home. So I'm just wondering at some point we may want to look at a different level of service for residential subdivisions again, definitely replacing what we have existing. It would require some, and I don't know if you would want to make any comments, I don't want to throw you under the bus here on that, but if you have any comments, if that's a possibility, or is it maybe just a case by case? I guess the question I would have is, are we experiencing other residential subdivisions that have had problems with the last level of SB 90? Nordegg comes to mind. We did one up there, didn't we, through the north side in the last year? So has it been standing up all right at our current, the current ways we apply it?
Yeah, Clearwater Estates is the one, yeah. And in the Nordegg North, there are some issues on that one. Keep in mind, we did use a different gravel in Nordegg. It came out of the quarry, so it's more limestone. It won't behave the same or perform the same as the stuff that you'll see in Clearwater Estates. Off the top of my head, of the other subdivisions that have SB 90, it's stood up relatively well. And just something to remember is it is just a surface treatment. So if there are any underlying conditions with the subgrade or the subbase, you're not going to fix that no matter how thick you put it on. Just something to consider.
So at this point, we probably don't have any way of figuring out if it would work to have a different kind of, or a different level of SB 90 or, and perhaps it goes back to even, if we're really serious about that, you have to really be selective on the gravel you use, even if it's, the quality of the gravel is going to make a difference as well as the subgrade. But I guess I'm not looking to create a bunch of extra work that we have to pay for in terms of analyzing a subdivision and saying, well, would it last 10 years if we applied a thicker level of SB 90, or are we wasting our time trying to figure that out and apply that? Again, just looking for the cost effectiveness, some of these do last a long time, and it's far cheaper than paving these residential subdivisions. So.
Just a further comment then in response to Councillor Duncan's comments. We do continue to investigate other possibilities, other products. There's one particular county, Lethbridge County, who did an extensive study on dust suppression, and they began that, I believe it was back in 2016. So one of the tasks we've taken on, and I made mention here to Caitlin just a few days ago, in regards to following up with Lethbridge County and how their dust suppression program is currently holding out after 4 years. Again, I'll emphasize it was an extensive study. They brought in an engineering firm, and if I remember correctly, not to get too much into the detail, but the 10,000 foot view is the incorporated kilometer stretch And then they changed up the variable or variables for each of the 4 kilometers. So they broke it down into 1 kilometer stretches over 4 kilometers in regards to how the particular product was applied. And again, the engineering firm set up the program. So we'll be following up with them as to the outcome and how it is currently withstanding up to this point in time, knowing that this was done 4 years ago. So definitely it is something that our department continues to look at in terms of potentially improving upon the program we currently have in place.
Councillor Lang.
Yeah, just a little bit further to Councillor Duncan. I'm just wondering, is there a different quality to the SB 90 having to do with the amount of oil or the type of oil that is mixed with the gravel? I was talking to a staff member not too long ago, and they said it seems like the oil is different than what it used to be in the past. So the mix isn't the same. And I'm thinking about Nordegg. When it was applied there, the SB 90 a few years ago, there was problems. Like you could take your foot and just kind of chip it away. And then when it was redone, it was much better. So I'm just wondering, does the mixture and the type of oil have anything to do with it and the longevity?
We send samples away every year. We take directly from the truck that comes from the supplier, and it still meets their specifications, what they claim it has. And I've double checked that with the specification sheet that we had from, I want to say, early 2000s, late 90s, to the specifications that they have now updated, and they're still the same. They're still reporting that it's 2%, 98%, and I sent a sample away last year and it still met that spec. So I can not confirm that anything has changed, because the results that came back from the lab say it's the same. So I don't,
I would ask that we can keep our focus on the agenda item at hand, which is the rescinding of the policy. If council wishes to have further discussion on dust suppression, we can bring that back at another council date. We do have a fair number of items to get through before the end of the day, and we do have a timeline on it. So, any questions specifically to the policy? Councillor Laird.
Yes, I'm happy to make that motion that council rescinds the dust suppression or dust stabilization and subdivisions policy. I think for us it's a matter of managing expectations. Dust suppression will never be pavement. The cost alone should tell you the quality is going to be far different when we talk about $1 million a kilometer to pave, and then we know we do the base. So I also believe that having a separate policy is just going to create additional confusion. So if there's an opportunity to look at the current policy to try to address some of your concerns, I could see that as potentially in a workshop for more discussion. But I am happy to make that motion.
Any further discussion to the motion, Councillor Lougheed?
Just one quick clarifications. In 1990, it was called dust stabilization. The terminology has changed. It's now called dust suppression. Can you indicate what the difference between those two levels of vision is, or what that might be?
The dust stabilization policy, as mentioned, has lignosulfonate, but it also included a chip seal layer on top. So my interpretation would be the stabilization terminology may more closely relate to that, the chip seal. I could be wrong. But yes, the products that we use now are specifically for dust suppression. They do not add stabilization.
Mr. Emmons?
If I may add on to Public Works, Councillor Lougheed, the previous dust stabilization was exactly that. With the chip seal, it was to replace asphalt And as earlier stated, there's only one replacement for asphalt, and that's more asphalt. With the current products, it is a suppressant. So it is not intended, nor will it replace pavement. It is not a stabilizer. It simply suppresses the dust. So that's the difference. The previous model had a stabilization agent in it, and with the chip seal was intended to be a lesser version of a pavement, whereas the new is just a suppressant.
So any further questions on the motion? I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. We will move on to item 5.2, the Nordegg Community Association funding request for waste and recycling bins within the hamlet of Nordegg.
On June 29th, the Administrative Assistant to Public Works Waste was contacted by Mr. Nick Frank, President of the Nordegg Community Association. Mr. Frank asked that a couple of waste bins, along with a recycle bin, be placed within the hamlet of Nordegg so as to help collect and reduce the amount of public garbage around the hamlet and surrounding area. On June 30th, 2 6 cubic yard and 1 4 cubic yard bins were delivered to assist in the collection of solid waste and recycled material, respectively. On July 8th, Nick Frank contacted Clearwater County Administration once again. At this time, Mr. Frank communicated to administration that he was informed by Alberta Environment and Parks that the 2 6 cubic yard solid waste bins were not allowed to be on site as they were not considered to be bear smart or what is deemed as bear proof. Hence, the bins were deemed unacceptable and were needed to be replaced. As such, Mr. Frank, on July 8th, requested that the 2 6 cubic yard bins be replaced with 4 bear smart bins. On July 2nd, the Nordegg Community Association put forward an official request to Clearwater County Administration asking for the following. 1. Clearwater County to help cover the cost of the bin rentals and pickup service for July to October 1st. 2. That Clearwater County staff check the area the bins are placed 2 times daily and help maintain a clean area. And 3. Approval to place the bins in the new public parking area. Currently, the cost of a 6 cubic yard and 8 cubic yard bear-proof solid waste bin are as follows. For a 6 cubic yard bear-proof bin, the cost is $1,963 plus GST.
Is that per month?
No, that is the cost to purchase this bin. Okay. So again, to purchase a 6 cubic yard bear-proof bin is $1,963 plus GST. For the purchase of a 8 cubic yard bear-proof bin, that is $2,238 plus GST. Again, $2,238 for an 8 cubic yard bin, the purchase price plus GST. A weekly pickup, typically done every Wednesday, would cost the following. Again, this is based on a weekly pickup, usually done on Wednesday. For the 4 cubic yard recycle bin, we're looking at $43.99 per month. For the 6 cubic yard solid waste bins, we are looking at $217.21 per month. Now, is that per bin, Reed, or is per bin? Okay. So for 4 6 cubic yard bins, to pick those up once a week would be $868.84 per month. Okay.
For 4?
For 4, yeah. Okay, so I'll repeat that again. For the 4 cubic yard bin, that would be your recycle bin. We just have one of those out there according to their request, and that is $43.99 per month. To pick up the 4 6 cubic yard bins, solid waste bins, at once per week, we're looking at $868.84 per month. Now, if we go with the 8 cubic yard bins, to have 4 of those out there to be picked up weekly, it would be $886.80 per month. Okay, so slightly higher than the 6 cubic yard. So if we're looking at 1 4 cubic yard bin and 4 6 cubic yard bins, bear proof, over a 3-month period for pickup, so that's from July to October 1st. Okay, again, that's for a 4 cubic yard, 1, which would be recycle, and 4 6 cubic yard bear proof bins. We're looking at $2,738.49 plus GST. If we go with the 4 8 cubic yard bins rather than the 6, we're looking at, again, over a 3-month period to October 1st, $2,792.37 plus GST. Now, I need to make council aware that there is a call-out charge of $65 if an additional pickup is required beyond the weekly pickup. Okay.
So $65 per pickup?
If it is a pickup outside of the weekly
Wednesday.
one, yeah,
Okay.
that would be an additional charge.
Per bin?
Is that per bin? Yeah.
No question, Kurt, why are you using 4 bins?
I will get to that. The bins themselves would either need to be purchased by the Nordegg Community Association or Clearwater County. Now, the 4 bins, initially the request put forward was for 2 solid waste bins and 1 recycle bin. But on July 8th, Mr. Frank contacted administration and indicated that, again, he was informed by Alberta Environment Parks that the bins that had been brought out were unacceptable to Alberta Environment Parks because they were not bear-proof. So Mr. Frank, in turn, called administration and asked that we send out bear-proof bins, but rather than 2, the request now is put forward for 4 bins rather than 2. As to the 2 Clearwater County staff maintaining the area at least twice per day, as per the Nordegg Community Association's request, this would be, as of right now, very difficult for public works staff due to our already very busy days. On another note, I'd just like to share with council, upon having a discussion with the interim director, Recreation, Land and Ecosystem Management, Land South region of the Alberta Environment Parks, he has indicated that the provincial parks campgrounds continue to have garbage pickup. However, any camping, activities, etc. outside of a provincial park campground, individuals are still expected to take their garbage home, as Alberta Environment Parks has no intention of putting out bins on public lands. As such, administration would like council to provide direction on who will fund the bins along with the weekly pickup.
So, a question for you. I was in Nordegg on Sunday, and I went to take a look at the bins. I did not look inside the bins, but the area was very clean and well maintained. Was there a garbage pickup out there over the weekend?
No. So the pictures I distributed to each of you, the most recent one here. Currently, it shows one bear-proof bin and one solid waste bin, and then the recycle bin. Now, as Reeve Hoven pointed out, when he was out there, it was cleaned. So we did investigation, followed up. We did not send out any personnel trucks to get that cleaned up. From our investigation, it was determined that Mr. Nick Frank took it upon himself to clean out whatever garbage bags within the bins themselves and hauled it to the Nordegg waste transfer station. As you can see on the handout provided to each of you, there are a number of notices put on the bin themselves, one of course indicating public garbage, and then garbage bins provided courtesy of the Nordegg Community Association, and then the final one on the front face is that indicating that if the bins are full, please call for service and 2 numbers are provided. We have determined that those numbers belong to Mr. Nick Frank. So our assumption is, and speculation is, that when those bins start to get overflow or full, he probably takes it upon himself to empty those out and bring them out to the waste transfer station.
Councillor Duncan.
My first question would just be to follow up on Reeve Hoven's. Is that acceptable to us as we're providing those bins through the Waste Authority? Or is that acceptable to the Waste Authority to have residents clean them, to take part in the maintenance of those bins?
I'll leave that to you.
Councillor Duncan, yes, usually in a private situation, the renter of the bin could manage that bin accordingly.
So to avoid the extra call-out cost, it's acceptable for them to haul the garbage themselves?
Yeah, at the time, I think what they've went to a system where to try to get these bins in place, they followed up with requesting a bear-proof bin, which we were able to provide them an 8-yard bear-proof bin, which was from another customer that hasn't started their year yet and probably wouldn't. So it was in Nordegg. We supplied them with that 8-yarder. He had a discussion, Mr. Franks, with the Alberta Environment personnel and parks, and it was acceptable to use that bin. If there's any overflow, he could lock it into the 6-yard temporarily till another bin at some point gets provided that has bear-proofing. If there was an exceedance where there was more, that he would just take it to the transfer station. And again, it is to avoid the call-out. Our suggestion to him originally, depending on what you're trying to, what you're trying to do, 2 6-yard bins or even 2 8-yard bins is not really a lot of capacity. If you're, if there is potentially camper waste and a varying degree of traffic, those bins could fill up quite quickly. They're not exceedingly large.
Yeah. Yes. A little bit wondering about Alberta Environment Parks. They've been talking about for years putting garbage cans at and parking lots at some of the places out farther west, which is where some of this garbage is coming from. I understand that those garbage cans they would put out there would be just to facilitate the use of, a trailhead like Allstones or something like that, where people are stopping there and accessing that trailhead, not as receptacles for people that are doing random camping. So, but again, there's no real way to police that, as there's no real way to police, and I guess I don't quite understand the community association's rationale here. Are they trying to provide a service for the random campers, or are they providing additional service for the residents of Nordegg? Because currently, I believe Nordegg residents themselves, there's no pickup in Nordegg. They're required to take their own waste to the transfer station they have access to that transfer station for their own garbage. So can you maybe clarify a little bit of that, please?
Yeah. Upon further in-depth discussion with the individuals from Environment and Parks, I'll make council aware of the fact that currently, and I will quote them, they do not see garbage as an issue on the public lands. For the most part, the most individuals that utilize the public lands bring the garbage out. It is only a select few and a certain group that tends to leave the garbage behind. But they do not at this time see it as an issue and have not for the last 18 years. The issue that they are seeing is human waste. So as a result of this particular issue, they have placed porta potties in certain locations within public lands. Now, you are correct, Councillor Duncan. The expectation is that the residents of the hamlet of Nordegg take their garbage to the waste transfer station. And we've made every effort, although there was a bit of a hiccup here just recently in regards to access to that waste transfer site, to keep it open 24/7. And that's been rectified, and we'll make sure that this particular issue of the gate being locked, and it shouldn't have, that remains open. It was inadvertently done, and we've rectified that. But yes, their expectation is that the residents do take it to the waste transfer site. Again, human nature, when you see something put out there, in this case, like I said, it's human nature, path of least resistance. You're gonna, hey, there's a bin. Let's get rid of our garbage here and put it there rather than making that extra trip to the waste transfer site. And that is also true with any of the campers. We've all done it, I'm sure. We're coming back from the West Country or wherever, and we're pulling in, gas up, get some snacks, whatever the case may be, and we see a nice large bin sitting there, and we're telling ourselves, hey, this is where I'm gonna dump my garbage right now. And that's currently, I suspect, what they're seeing happening there.
Councillor Lang.
Okay, so I think I can add a little bit. I think the community association is doing this because they do recognize there's a garbage problem. And there is. We just saw that article that came out where the hikers in a few hours picked up 150 bags of garbage and filled 2 trailers full in a very short period of time. So garbage is an issue out there. I've seen it. I've seen it all over the highways. I've seen the garbage receptacles full and the garbage sitting on the highway beside it. So the community association was also looking for ways to fundraise. They're very active at fundraising, so along with these garbage containers, they put a bottle and can container to collect bottles from the campers so they could turn it in and fundraise for their organization. So that was, it came from a good place. Their thoughts were good for putting this out. However, I think it does add a cost, certainly to the county. This garbage is not residential garbage. It's garbage coming from campers from all over Alberta, and it's going to our landfill, which is costing us for our cell development and also the pickup. So anyways, I just wanted to add that. And also, I was out there the previous Sunday, 2 weeks ago, and when I went by these containers Sunday morning, they were full. They were overflowing. And Sunday afternoon they were empty. So I was curious to find out who's emptying them too, because I was under the understanding that Rocky Regional Waste would go out there once a week, but they are obviously getting emptied much more often than that. I have a question, and it's kind of semi-related. I was talking to a person that works for a contractor that picks up the garbage along Highway 11. And I think he said 200 kilograms a day is what they're picking up. Now, my understanding that goes to our regional landfill. Does the province pitch in and pay for this garbage coming to our waste sites?
Thanks, Councillor Lang. The contractor that in reference would be Volker Steven,
Yeah.
who does the highway cleanups. So for instance, in our situation at Regional Waste, we would see Volker Steven typically more in season with a pickup or flatbed 1-ton truck or half-ton truck collecting waste off roads. Waste could be tires, it could be bumpers, it could be things that come off on highway conditions. So it's, we'd kind of term it sometimes ditch waste. Those loads or partial loads will be dropped off at some various transfer stations. Those transfer stations mostly are Cramond, Rocky, and Leslieville. Okay. On occasion, you'll see them at crossroads, typically wherever they're closer to and whatever contracts they manage. Regional waste, so those would go through the transfer station system to the landfill. In the case of Volker Steven, we also have them where they collect what we term road waste. That would be probably close proximity to the landfill, maybe more kind of roadkill type of materials. That would go directly to the landfill, and my understanding is then they do pay a fee through credit card. Okay.
Okay, so where I'm going with this is so when Volker Stevens picks it up, they pay. So
at the landfill.
Yes, so with these dumpsters at Nordegg, this garbage is getting diverted, basically, and no one, it's provincial garbage, not from our residents, not from our businesses, that we end up paying. It's bypassing the contractor, so to speak. Is that correct?
Yes, quite possibly in some cases, I do believe that. I think that in the case of Volker Steven, Regional Waste provides 3 40-yard containers at locations Caroline, at location Padernies, Rocky, and Nordegg. Those are charged out by Regional Waste. Basically a rental of that bin on a monthly basis, a collection fee based on really truck time and distance to the landfill. Obviously Nordegg would be more expensive than Rocky. And tonnage, we charge them a tonnage fee, okay? The small loads by pickup that happen to go into Leslieville, typically it's during the week or cramming during the week. I'll give you an example. Rocky Mountain House may see Volker Steven 2 or 3 times in a week with some individual items that go into our transfer station and transfer system. That specifically isn't charged through the transfer system, low volume.
Okay, I just end by saying that the person that I talked to worked for Volker Steven, and they were specifically talking about the West Country and the 200 kgs of garbage that they're picking up. Anyways, I think that I'll leave it to someone else now.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Hoven. So maybe just to clarify what Mr. Williams was addressing, any trash going to the transfer station would not be invoiced. Anything going across the landfill, it would depend on what type of garbage it is. Volker Steven, being a private company, would be invoiced for that going across the scales. What Mr. Williams was talking about, the bins at the 3 locations, that's their yards. So that's a company waste. That is not, I believe, addressing the garbage you were talking about. And they would be billed for that as any private company, co-op, or any others. I think part of the important messaging that council may want to consider out of this is the years that council has lobbied the province of Alberta to address this issue out in the West Country, because this council has recognized the garbage is an issue. The province has taken a different position. They've taken the position of education. They've clearly stated to Public Works and Rocky Waste Authority that putting bins out there is not sustainable. Because if they're out there, they will be used and overused, and it's the maintenance that can't be kept up on. So they've taken a platform of educating. If you bring it in, take it home, because any other resolution not only adds a burden to the taxpayers, but specifically local taxpayers, because then all that waste does fill up the landfill that Clearwater County residents pay for. So the province of Alberta has taken a position of, they've literally removed containers and taken a position of education. If you bring it in, take it back. So that's where they're at, which is not the lobby that Clearwater County Council has taken. So.
And if I'm just to end the comments that given by Mr. Emmons, is that any of the garbage, solid waste that may be disposed of by outside sources, potentially Volkersteven, to the bins located in Nordegg and or the transfer site, Nordegg transfer site. There's no means of tracking that. Unless some sort of card system is put in place, we have no idea as to the amount that might be coming from off the highways collected by Volkersteven and such, unless it's done through means as presented by Reed earlier.
Councillor Laird.
This is quite a dilemma, seeing as how we seem to be at a bit of a crossroad. I appreciate and value what the community association is trying to do for their community and for their land stewardship. I agree with Councillor Lang that this is coming from a good place. Rough calculation is $10,000 for us to manage with this community the garbage that is landing on their doorsteps, and then it impacts the local wildlife and their quality of life. I mean, that's really what we're talking about. I'm alarmed that the provincial government would take such a cavalier approach when clearly we've got a community that is saying we've got to do something better. So I think there's an advocacy piece that for our council to have that conversation with our MLA, who happens to be the appropriate minister, I believe, here. So that being said, I don't really know the path forward until we talk to the provincial government, because I think that that's where we need to start. I do recognize this is a situation that is now evolving, and it proves there is a need, if nothing else. So I guess that's my comments. I wish I had a better answer, but I would say we start with advocating at a provincial level for some solutions to this at their level.
The other one thing that Councillor Laird, you did miss in your calculations was one staff checking twice a day, probably going to be 2 hours of work, and that would be probably, are they requesting 7 days a week? So that's another substantial cost to this. So when I was reviewing the financial statements, in light of this new information of a cost of $10,000 cash for the bin and pickup, and then substantial cost for the staffing, because I know our staff are not sitting around not doing anything. They have duties, they have responsibilities, and we cannot just add something like this onto their duties. The cost to the county would be rather substantial. And also a $5,000 bill for the community association to pick up their half, as Mr. Frank requested. They might not be able to handle that based on their current financial situation. So like I've heard around this table, it came from a good place, but I know if one of my councillors would like to make a motion, I would be voting, if there's a motion to fund it, I would be voting against that motion for a variety of different reasons. Councillor Lang.
I have a question. So our West Country's huge. If we were to fund this, could this potentially open up a can of worms with requests coming in from other areas of the West Country? This basically can be seen as provincial downloading, which we're used to from all kinds of different areas, and there's only so much we can do. But I'm just wondering, would this be a one and only, or do you see it as potential for more requests?
Good question, Councillor Lang, and surprisingly, through our individual, Mr. Jerry Pratt, an email was sent to him in regards to garbage pickup in the West Country, which was forwarded to myself, and so I find it interesting you just asked that question, because we just received one this morning that I was going to wait to see where this was going to go and respond back appropriately to this individual asking, long and short of it, they're asking if there's the potential for Clearwater County to step in and place garbage receptacles, bins, whatever the case may be, out in the West Country to deal with this issue of garbage collection. So I foresee this individual and that organization coming potentially before our council as a delegation, putting that request forward.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yes, Mr. Magnus, you just confirmed my expectations that we would receive more requests for this kind of service. So I think I'm in agreement with the comments of Councillor Laird and Reeve Hoven. I think that we need to turn our attention to advocating with the Department of Environment in particular on this. And we need to do that before we do anything further. I don't believe we can volunteer to take on this obligation. So I would make a motion that we reject the request.
We cannot have a negative motion. So I guess the motion would be that we pay for it, and then anyone who feels opposed can vote against that motion.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve it.
Any further discussion on the motion? I will ask the question. All in favor of the motion? Any opposed? Motion fails to pass 0-7. And with that, we will have our lunch break. We have a delegation at 12:45. Thank you. Oh, sorry. It's 12:48. I would like to call the meeting back to order. Can I have a motion to lift up item 4.2 from the table? Motion. All in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. So did council have a few questions for the delegation, or was there a little bit more of the presentation in regards to the committee of the chamber?
We were looking at becoming a committee of the chamber, or a society of the chamber, rather, if I'm using those words properly. Subcommittee of the chamber, sorry. In order to kind of get rid of some of the red tape that being a society holds. There's a lot of like holding an AGM and then making sure that you get your financials registered with the province and or feds if that's required as well. Also making sure we keep you guys up to date with everything. Which we would be doing either way, because we're still obviously a delegation of council, but it would remove the provincial side of it. Being a society, the big important thing of it is getting the grants, which we haven't applied for many years, because the town and the county has been so great in making sure that we have funding. We haven't had to apply for those grants, so therefore being a society really isn't necessary, because we don't have to apply for those grants. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So we were looking at becoming a subcommittee of the chamber to remove the society status. Now it's important to mention the town did offer for us to become, to go underneath them as a subcommittee as well. However, we felt that going to the chamber rather than as a subcommittee of either the town or the county would keep us kind of nonpartisan, so we wouldn't be under the town or the county, we'd be part of the chamber. I'm hoping that makes sense.
Okay.
Did I explain that clear? Okay, good.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, maybe you could remind me, not having to apply for grants, that's very nice that you don't have to, but as a society, would you be eligible for grants on a regular basis, or how would you go about that if you had to go that route?
It's my understanding those grants are available every 3 years. Again, I'm new to the committee, so I would have to confirm that, but I believe that we're eligible for RPAT every 3 years.
Okay. And how much money would that be?
It's my understanding it's around 3,000 is what that grant is worth.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Laird.
Perhaps I can shed a little light on that, and if I can't, perhaps Councillor Lougheed as well could. We looked at through the Rural Physician Group of Alberta, and that's RPAP. They have an option of having grants every so often, and it, as was indicated, it's every 3 years. There's not been so far a purpose to actually apply for the grant, feasibility study or any such thing. I would suggest we are at an opportune time now to actually apply for that grant, and I believe it would still stand because it still falls under another society, being the Chamber of Commerce. So it would still work from that perspective. I don't see them not being able to get that as part of their strategic planning and potentially building their new terms of reference, and as they transition from one to the other, and they would likely have a very good opportunity here to apply for that grant now. They just historically didn't actually have a program or project to put it to.
I can definitely do some work on that for you and confirm those with you to see if we would still be eligible for those grants moving as a subcommittee of the chamber.
Councillor Duncan.
Heather's back here too, if she, I don't know if there's room for her to join us or not, but.
Do you want to? So any further questions for the delegation on this? And if not, any questions, let's discuss the two things that the committee is asking for, or the delegation is asking for. Deputy Reeve Swanson.
I guess I have. Thank you. I guess my question is in regards to the transition to the Rocky Chamber. How long will that take? And what is the, I see in the chamber letter that there's, that the chamber would need some additional annual funding from the municipalities. Would that still, are you anticipating still the funding that's normally coming from both municipalities, both the town and the county, be subsidizing through, would that go directly into the chamber, or how's the funding going to work, or how do you foresee that if once you're now become a subcommittee of the chamber?
It's my understanding that we would still be having the two funding partners being the town and the county, and that we would still be keeping track of all of our funding, and it would be strictly for the healthcare professionals or recruitment and retention of physicians, depending on what our name ends up being, and it would just be for that committee's use, perhaps. Pardon me?
Okay, thank you. So if the group does come under the chamber as a subcommittee, we would be very happy to have them. And we don't foresee that it would take very long. I don't have an exact time. One thing I would like to specify is that we are actually different kind of groups. As the team is a society, the chamber is not. We're under the Board of Trade. So it is not a merging of it. It'll have to be dissolved and come in under.
Which would then make us ineligible for the grants at that point.
Maybe Heather could speak to it, but I believe our PAP said that we are still eligible for the grants.
Absolutely. So the grants from our PAP are contingent on the way that we're structured. Just because we're an attraction and retention team, we're eligible for those grants, regardless of our structure.
Yeah, society.
So the society currently has a bank account. Would that would be dissolved or would terminate? Would it, the new organization or the new subcommittee, have its own bank account, or would it be under the chamber? Okay.
Nothing will be going to the chamber itself. Everything would continue on, just a change of name.
Okay, so the committee would still need signers for checks?
Correct.
And it would not be the chamber, okay?
All of our accounting and everything.
Okay.
So be audited in the same way every year. So all the accountability would be the same. Was there a question about administrative costs or additional fees that the chamber would need? Was that something that you'd said?
I was just reading on the chamber letter that was just given to us, and it was just in the last sentence that the chamber would need annual funding from municipalities to continue in order to maintain the current operations budget. So I wasn't sure if this was in regards to the physician recruitment team or if this was just like how that was working. So that's why I was asking for clarity.
Yes.
Okay. As I mentioned before, we'd be very happy to have this subcommittee come in. It is our intention with this letter to know that council is approving of this, and the funding that is given to the team each year would not change due to the transition to subcommittee. We'd like to ensure that the funding is there for the group.
All right, thank you. Councillor Laird.
Where did the request to go through the Chamber of Commerce come from?
There was a discussion about becoming a committee of some sort of council that came about with our strategic planning through Alberta Culture and Tourism. So both that organization and RPAP had suggested that most teams weren't functioning as societies anymore. They were running as committees of council or committees of chambers. So at that time we started to look into it. That was kind of how the ball got rolling. Once we did start to look into that, the town council said, well, could the team perhaps be a committee of council? And at that time, we thought about that and considered that, but didn't necessarily want to be a committee of either council, mostly for the optics of it, and just to make sure that both parties, as they're equally funding and as they have equal voice and say on the team, we didn't want to have the appearance of aligning ourselves with one council over the other. And that at that time, the chamber, I think, kind of came forward and said, well, there's a third option.
Okay. So we have, earlier it was mentioned that we need to make a motion for a letter. That letter could include stating that we support the transition to the committee of the chamber. The letter also needs to state that we are supportive of the change from physicians recruitment to healthcare professional recruitment, or whatever terminology. And then there was also it was mentioned earlier that there was a request that perhaps council could come back to that committee. I think we can all recognize that the world has changed dramatically since last October at the organizational meeting. There's a different situation with the number of doctors in Rocky that was completely unforeseen in October. So we have 3 things we need to decide about. So if someone is in favor of directing administration to write a letter, could someone please make a motion for that? Okay, including those 2 points? Okay. Is that enough information for you? Excellent. So any further discussion on the letter? Okay, I will ask the question. All in favor of the motion? Motion carries. In regards to appointing a councillor, an elected official, back onto the physician recruitment, or the healthcare recruitment committee. Any comments or discussion on that? Councillor Vandermeer.
I think we should leave that until organizational meeting in October.
I think we need to give direction now, because as they're coming up with the terms of reference, we don't want to have to be having them rewrite the terms of reference in October after we make that decision. Councillor Lang?
I have a question. So how many town councillors are on this committee? 2? So,
And
are you looking for 2 county councillors?
We were discussing this a bit. I don't think that's necessarily needs to be the case. I think that one and an alternate would be fine, and I don't think that necessarily we need representation every meeting. We're also looking at our structure and trying to scale back the amount of times that we meet as we reorganize, so that it might not be that cumbersome from that perspective. And I think we can maybe work that with our terms of reference. But one and an alternate with occasional representation, even twice a year or something, might be really beneficial. If council feels that it would be beneficial to have more oversight given the current climate, we would be amenable to that as well. But there's flexibility, I think, on our part. And then we're also really willing, if you see the benefit of us coming here, we're happy to come and do this to give everybody an update as well, regardless of the council representation.
Councillor Duncan.
I was just willing to make a motion unless there's some other questions or discussion first, or would you prefer a motion at this time?
Well, why don't we have a motion? We will continue the discussion after the motion.
I would make the motion that we add a councillor and alternate to the committee for physician recruitment.
And do we do that immediately or wait till the organizational meeting in October?
I think, you're going to have more meetings yet before you're going to do this terms of reference and stuff, develop that before the fall, right?
What we're hoping for the strat planning.
So I think it's probably important we are part of the strategic planning in September then, so it's not going to be a burden on councils this year. It wouldn't require a budget adjustment or anything like that, because it sounds like 1 or 2 meetings before our organizational, so I think we're okay that way. I would be happy to make it apply at this present time.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Okay, Tracy, can you just read back the motion?
That council appoints one councillor and alternate to the Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee, effective at the 2020 organizational meeting.
I think we had, Councillor Duncan had said it should be right away so we can have someone present for the strategic planning.
Effective immediately then?
Yes.
Okay. So then, shall there be another motion to select committee members?
Or we could even do that at the next council meeting, which should be the end of August. What day is today? The 14th, end of July. Sorry, I'm 2 weeks in the future.
One and an alternate in October, we can, you guys are still more than welcome to come to strat planning in September. We are, yeah, you're obviously more than welcome to join us still. If you wanted to wait till October to do the.
If we're going to do it, we should have an official representative there.
Okay. So then.
So we will decide, we will vote on that committee member at the next council meeting.
Okay.
So the motion is for immediate, not at the organizational meeting, and we will vote on a council representative at the next council meeting at the end of July. Further discussion on that motion? I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. I think that was everything.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Now, one item, and I'm going to ask administration for an opinion on this. There was discussion that we should have a motion to continue to lobby the province for garbage removal in the West Country that should have been done at the last item, because we finished up the last motion and then we broke for lunch. Is there a need for us to, I guess, have an item for the next council meeting to further discuss lobbying the province? Yes, administration. How many rules am I breaking? None. Good.
But from our perspective, Reeve Hoven and council, that's not necessary for us. That's already a part of council's lobbying strategy. So it was just a matter of bringing it back to council's attention that this has always been the agenda, the priority of Clearwater County Council. So just to continue, if that support's still there.
I think we should write an additional letter because things are different this year with the increased traffic out west, and just restate our position on it to the minister, and our local MLA, and perhaps the premier as well, and the Minister of Tourism. So do we need a motion for that, to write a letter?
Administration will bring an agenda back for the next council.
Great, thank you. So on to item 6.1, the CAO report.
Good afternoon, Council. The July 14th CAO report. The following discussion from Council's June 16th COVID-19 Economic Workshop Recovery. Communications Department developed various messaging strategies to promote new business development and support existing businesses within the county. Communications plan includes finalizing production of 3 animated videos that promote Clearwater County and its economic development strategy. Interviewing local business owners and entrepreneurs on their success stories and the reasons for and benefits of operating a business in the county. Including economic development educational pieces and businesses support links in the Clearwater County Highlights newsletter. Redesigning the county website to expand capabilities for business registration and information sharing with the Economic Development Officer. Council will be notified as plans are completed. Second item, West Central Justice Alberta.
A question for you?
Yes.
Are those videos being produced in-house or are they being outsourced?
In-house.
Okay, thank you.
West Central Justice Alberta Committee is pleased to inform Council that the committee signed a space user agreement with Mountain Rose Women's Shelter Association. The committee also thanks Council for the opportunity to inform them of the committee's work and submitted the attached brochure for additional information. Third item, the Government of Alberta is currently seeking input from stakeholders and the public to inform the development of the Alberta Infrastructure Act, as well as a 20-year strategic capital plan for provincial infrastructure. The Act is expected to be introduced in the fall of 2020 legislative session, and the capital plan is expected to be released early in 2021. The Act will provide an outline of how government will prioritize capital spending, while the plan will anticipate future infrastructure needs. The infrastructure addressed in the process will include schools, universities, and colleges, healthcare facilities, roads and bridges, rural broadband and irrigation projects, infrastructure that supports natural resource development. Input into the Act and capital plan can be provided through the completion of an online survey or through a written submission at the link provided. The deadline to complete the survey is August 10th. As Council is aware, development of Clearwater County Regional Fire Services Master Plan kicked off July 8th. The master plan will provide an overarching future roadmap for the Regional Fire Service to address community needs and will cover the following key areas: emergency fire rescue response, review of response requests and response times in comparison to the requirements as outlined by industry standards, service levels, and manpower. Facilities, provide a geographic plan related to the fire station locations to support the community for response, including firefighter training. Committee's plan, provide a review and recommendations to minimize redundancy and support efficiencies with existing internal committees, i.e. the apparatus committee, apparatus and equipment, safety apparel, membership engagement committee, etc. Apparatus plan, provide an apparatus plan for replacement and asset management for key apparatus for the service, considering recommendations outlined by the NFPA, industry standards, and FUS reports. Mutual aid review, review of existing mutual aid agreements, fire service protection agreement, and provide a plan for updating these agreements. Fire prevention, public education plan, provide a review of public fire and life safety activities to ensure region meets or exceeds legislation and industry standards. Administrative review, a review of administrative workflow to support CRFRS and identify improvement opportunities. Insurance underwriters review, a review of current FUS and the development of cost-benefit analysis of the fire service and impact on insurance underwriter ratings. Clearwater County contracted BEHR, B-E-H-R, Integrated Solutions to complete the master plan, and during the plan's development, the consultants will be information gathering and conducting stakeholder interviews. The master plan is expected to be finalized by mid-October. For governance level stakeholders, BEHR has requested one-on-one virtual interviews with Mayor Reeves, as well as one councillor from each of the municipalities in the regional membership. Administration requests that council appoint Reeve Hoven and council to participate on their behalf in the upcoming fire master plan stakeholder interviews. I changed the last verbiage a little bit. Christine Haggard, Director of Emergency and Legislative Services, actually recommended that as managing partner that all of council have opportunity in this regard. So it would be, I wouldn't mind changing that up for council's consideration. Did council have any questions in this report? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
In regard to item number 3, input for the Alberta Infrastructure Act, should we be, as council, be submitting a written submission, or do you feel we should be just doing the online survey? Because I do believe we have priority, especially in the rural broadband roads and bridges area of their changing of their act, or the development of their infrastructure act. Just looking for administration's suggestion as far as, I believe we need to respond, but do we need to do it more as a written response, or should we just fill up, or do both, do the survey, and should this BBB come back with more specifics maybe at the end of July council meeting?
Truly up to council. I found the online very user-friendly.
Okay.
A lot of opportunity for open-ended comments, so it wasn't just tick a box, although there was a lot of that, but gave opportunity under each one to add additional comments and expand on what you've selected and why. So because of that, I found a lot of opportunity for a higher level of input rather than just roads are priority, or so I found the online actually well done.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, I would highly recommend that we have a formal submission from the county. I've mentioned, I think before, that CAPE will have a submission particularly related to rural broadband, and I expect to see that letter drafted in the next week or so. And we will be sending that letter out to all of our municipal members and encouraging them to submit a letter. And I think at the same time, I think it's also would also be good for our individual councillors to take the online survey.
So can each individual councillor please fill out the online survey before the next council meeting, and then we'll have some discussion about a joint letter from this, or not a joint letter, but a letter from this council in response to this. Can we have that added to the next council agenda? Thank you. Councillor Laird, did you have a question? Okay. Any additional questions about the CAO report? Okay. Public Works. Or okay.
I'll make that motion.
Deputy Reeve Swanson makes the motion.
Appoint Reeve and council to participate in the fire service master plan review.
Any discussion on this motion? My only concern is this muddying the waters a little bit too much for the for bearers who are doing this to have to meet with or have an individual meeting with all of us? Because I wonder, is the town, are they then going to have to interview every councillor from the town and every councillor from the village? Because I'd rather have Bear be talking to the people with the boots on the ground than talking to us, the political level. Christine, did you want to come join us as well?
Good afternoon, members of council. Thank you for letting me jump in. I did speak with a consultant, and there was no concern with having more councillors being part of the process. They've set aside July 28th and 29th for those virtual interviews. So I've asked Tracy Lynn, I sent her a schedule, and we'll get that into council's calendar as soon as is practical. But I don't think it'll hold up the process. In terms of the regional partnership, the consultant's suggestion was to have the mayors, Reeves, and one from each municipality. But in chatting with Rick, my recommendation would be, if there's a sense that council would like more participation, I'd rather have that upfront at the beginning so we have input throughout the process. And in terms of Clearwater County as the lion's share funder of the regional service and managing partner, I do think that that's a valid request. So I don't think it's a concern from administration's perspective. I think it's positive, in fact.
Okay. Because I guess in my mind, I thought this was a very independent, arm's length review of the fire service, and I just hope that we're not making it into a political thing where it was supposed to be a review of. Well, I thought it was supposed to be a review of all this stuff that was mentioned earlier, not so much our opinion of it.
The focus of the study itself will cover all of those. It's certainly not meant to have, it's not a he said, she said type of review. In a sense, it's more intended to develop a roadmap for the fire service for the future, touching on all those. I think there were 7 points that CAO Emmons had mentioned there earlier before I sat down. And certainly that's part of the process, is for them to get a sense. From their perspective, they may be able to get that sense from a handful, but if there's divergent ideas or suggestions, can't hurt to have all of them in front of them so that they can take that and put it in. But I don't think that'll form the material portion of the plan. The plan is for the operations of the service and all of those areas that Mr. Emmons covered earlier.
Councillor Vandermeer?
So I'm a little uncertain as to what the ultimate purpose here is, in that you have a procedure at this point in time that covers almost everything. Are we trying to upgrade the level of the service? Or are we trying to make it more efficient? What are we trying to do?
And I saw that you made a motion, but I'll answer that if I can. Certainly it's not about service level. So we're not, that wasn't the focus of the master plan, because that's set in the new agreement that we have as well, set at the governance level. So it's taking a look at the current service provision, how we do service, what we're doing, making sure we line up with legislation, because we know that changes rather quickly, making sure that we're covering our bases in terms of the training requirements, requirements for apparatus and equipment, and having that kind of formulated plan that shows governance decision makers as well as administration, here's the plan for the future of the service, here's why we serve in the way that we do, here's what we do within the resource capacity that we have, here's how we work with our partners, mutual aid partners, that sort of thing, and here's where we see the future of the service going. So it's definitely not a service level focus, which I think previous studies have been more service level driven, and that was what informed council's decision making around the intermunicipal agreements of past and present. So this is a over 30,000 foot view of the fire service and how we can continue to provide that good service moving forward in the best and most efficient manner. So that would be the answer, not specific to service level.
But I guess I'm still struggling with, what are we trying to change? Because we have an agreement that kind of outlines a lot of things. So you must be trying to change something, and I can't figure out what it is yet.
Certainly, and I'm going to reserve my answer till we see the end result of the plan, because I certainly don't think that it's a material change to the service. I do think that this will point out any areas where we can do better, and certainly there's something we haven't thought of before that other people are doing. So I don't see it as a material service level change to how we provide service or the training that we do to provide service. But I do think that this is something that we haven't done previously, to take a look at the service as a whole, and have a plan for all of the parts and pieces that go into providing fire services. And I do think that the current and future governance decision-making will be better served to be able to understand those things like an apparatus and equipment plan when we talk about replacement schedules and how we have things that need to be replaced and the reasons why they're on a 20-year cycle for some of our heavier equipment like engines and tenders, that sort of thing. So I do think it's, as a whole, the ones I've looked at provincially and across Canada, I do think that the municipalities that have them are progressive in terms of being able to explain and provide the service in the best and most efficient manner. So
I would simply observe, we have all these schedules, and we have training requirements, we have schedules for equipment replacement. So I'm struggling. Maybe it'll become clearer as the process goes on, but I am struggling with this.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Deputy Reeve Swanson. Further discussion? Seeing none, I will ask the question. All in favor of the motion? Opposed?
Repeat the motion, please.
That council appoints Reeve Hoven and all councillors to the Fire Service Master Plan stakeholder interviews.
You're okay with that? Okay, so the motion carries 7-0. Public Works report. Was anyone coming from Public Works? Okay. Any questions for administration on the Public Works report? Councillor Duncan.
The North Fork Road washouts, is any of that repairs available or disaster relief fund available for that?
No, Councillor Duncan, until it hits a certain status where we can declare a sole or go after some type of funding through those avenues, it does not. So that will come out of, if the
contingency for now or something.
Cost is too extensive, it'll come out of contingency if we can't fit it within the normal programming. And on an update as well, today Public Works has finished moving the bulk of the dirt, so it actually is open again, but I will say roughed in. So.
Out there?
That's Ram.
Part of the Ram.
Yeah. Typically, Councillor Duncan, if you recognize the location, that's normally a dry back channel.
Yeah. It wasn't a full river there, it was just,
Yes.
I do have a question about the crack sealing. Full disclosure, my son was one of the college students hired for the crack sealing of all the surface roads. And he's commented just the severely slow progress that they're able to make this year due to the weather. And they're still doing some of the roads that weren't completed last year. And he's just commented on the poor state of the roads because that annual maintenance wasn't done. Now my concern is every year that we don't get that maintenance done, the condition deteriorates farther, and that's going to that could have a budgetary impact in the future. So do you know, is Public Works, do they have some kind of a plan to make sure that crack sealing gets completed this year so we don't delay and have bigger infrastructure issues in the future?
Plainly put, Reeve Hoven, no, because that's controlling the weather. We truly do hire the resources required and needed to cover every road that we are responsible for, every paved road. And you're absolutely right, the importance of that program, it never ceases to amaze me that a lot of municipalities and even the government of Alberta, that's the first one they cut. But keeping the water out of those cracks and keeping them out of the base is imperative for the longevity of that asphalt. Maintenance is crucial. But that crack seal oil, especially the cold pour, is water soluble until it sets. So in essence, if it's a tall damp, it will turn like Kool-Aid and not stick, other than to the vehicles that happen to splash through it. So it is very weather dependent. The conditions are crucial, and if we don't get enough nice days to do it, there's just no physical way to accomplish it. There's only so many crack sealing trucks, even if we hired more bodies. So you're only capable of going so fast.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
It's not listed here, but it's just a general question. When typically do we do traffic counts? Do we do them every summer? Do we pick certain roads every summer? Because I'm thinking with the increase in traffic this year that it will have implications in the future, you know, there'll be discrepancies, right? Because, you know, we're having a year of COVID, so yes, we're having an increase, but I mean, we're not having any increase in oil and gas traffic. So, you know, that kind of offsets each one. So can you give me an idea about when do we do traffic counts and how that selection goes?
Absolutely. Great question, Deputy Reeve Swanson. So our engineers actually are entrusted with the scheduling of that, and that way it isn't directed or administratively dictated. There's a huge event at Dover Court Hall, so let's put them out there and create a false data. It's also the importance of keeping up on them and keeping that rotation going so that if you happen to hit an event, the next couple traffic counts will show out and give you a better idea of an average. The benefit of the traffic counters we use, they're air cushioned and spaced, measured scientifically. So they not only measure speed, but they also measure out axle distances so that our traffic counters can literally tell you if that was a pickup truck pulling a camper versus a lowboy. So for resource funding, it actually can disseminate what type of traffic we're talking about, whether it's resource or just tourist, or an individual going home. So it's critical data, and it does rotate through, like I say, our engineers. I noticed last week, actually, they were just over a half mile down off Highway 11 on the Arbutus Road. And that was the first time I've seen traffic counters out there in probably 4 years, maybe 5 years now. So, you're welcome.
Councillor Duncan.
Further to that, Councillor Swanson, there were some traffic counts that we did for a number of years that were targeted at the tourist traffic on the May Long especially. We had them out the week before and even into the week after. And some of those were on provincial roads, county traffic controllers, but we have discontinued that service. We did collect a number of years of data there. Probably didn't really use that data. It used to come to us sometimes from Terry Miller's reports. We would see some of those traffic counts for the May Long, et cetera. But yeah, that part has been discontinued. It was something like a $9,000 a year expense that we took off the books in the past year. So getting the numbers on the tourism for some of the long, we don't have that ability quite as good anymore. So.
With item 8, the Nordegg Historic Commercial Core, when is the estimated completion date for that work?
That project I'm not as familiar with. I don't believe the completion date is 2020.
So
I believe it falls into the summer of 21.
Okay.
But I'm not confident on that, Reeve Hoven.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions on Public Works? Councillor reports. Councillor Duncan, anything you wish to share?
Yeah, just the Headwaters and North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, both groups continuing on pretty much business as usual, although more virtual meetings as opposed to in person. AGM for NSWA was in late June, and we're in good shape financially there with some reserves built up in case there are losses in revenues that, for whatever reason. A lot of the revenues that are there are from the province, so given that certain times we're not ever sure what to expect from budgets. There's also often has been in the last couple of years delays in provincial funding rolling out, so we're having to fund ourselves well into the next year before the money for that year actually gets to us. So, but anyway, the very, very competent group that I'm serving with on the board there, and they are looking after things well. We did not elect any new directors this year, just extended the term by 1 more year for existing directors, and hopefully we can have a meeting in person next year for that. On the Headwater side, with the projects that continue there and some of the tools we're developing, we're also now, and our timing is good because we're looking at some of the practical applications of those for the counties as well. So that question came up, and I can give you a couple of quick examples that may apply to our land use bylaw perhaps, and that would be a tool called a setback calculator, where a developer may have, a county can establish a setback from 30 meters from the North Saskatchewan River or 15 meters from another stream. With a setback calculator, you can feed scientific data in, and a developer could have the option of a variable setback where parts of his property require more setback than others to protect the environment. So maybe gives some more flexibility, or as another option to for that. And the other one was the NSWA has been, with other partners, has been doing lots more monitoring of river levels, quality and quantity of water, and there's monitors now in place, remote sensing systems on all the tributary streams to the North Saskatchewan to the west of us. Most of them are there. So my question was, and other people have thought of this as well, is that can we tie some of those water levels that we're getting out there, start to correlate that with washouts that are occurring in counties along the river system, so that a red flag, if the water reaches a certain level in the river or a certain volume per second, 500 cubic meters per second, that would trigger a red flag that our public works would know that we can start to expect to see washouts in certain parts of our county. So just things we're exploring, and I think that's the practical side of some of the funds we're providing there.
Councillor Laird?
Just following up on an email I forwarded council yesterday relating to asking for reappointment to the Fire Sub-Council for Safety Codes Council in Edmonton. It's a 3-year term, so they're looking for an answer on reappointment. Normally I would wait till October, but it's prior to our organizational meetings, so they're asking for an answer a little bit sooner. And I said I'd try to have that discussion with you today and let you know I've been happy to serve on that committee, and we've been doing most of it virtually now, so that's been very helpful. So just looking to see if that would still be supported from this council.
Can we make a motion on that today, or does that need to be an additional agenda item for the next council meeting?
If Councillor Liard would like, Councillor Liard could make an appointment, or make a motion that the appointment to the Safety Codes Council, effective immediately and ending.
Yeah, it's a 3-year term. What is the date on here? It expires January 31st. I'm trying to, it will expire January 31st of 2021, but they need an answer now, is what they're asking for the Fire Sub-Council for Safety Codes.
Is there a councillor who'd care to make that motion? Councillor Lougheed. Any further discussion on that motion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councillor Laird? Councillor Lougheed.
I think just a quick update at the progress of the corridor schools, specifically around Condor. I had a few questions asked. The play school, or the David Thompson Play School, moved out ahead of schedule in the last week of June, I think June the 22nd. And it's set up now in the community center yard. Still some hookups there to go on that. The school itself has been emptied out of all personal materials of the teachers, and through the cooperation of that staff and the community, we've been able to archive some of the historical photographs and trophies and data and stuff like that from the school, so it can be saved for a future date when there is a new school in that community and not lost in the shuffle between one facility and the next. And then in the last few days, the existing portables at the Condor site have been moved to David Thompson in preparation for classes to start in the fall. And the last word I had, indirectly, but it is that the tenders for demolition of that school are out still. So don't expect to see the wrecking ball swinging very soon, but in the near future, I guess. And that's about it.
The two things I'd like to bring up are the hub renovations down in Caroline are going forward. CAO Emmons, Councillor Laird, and myself were down there for a meeting. We had a tour. It looks like it's going to be very nice. The bathroom facilities are going to be much improved for the facility. It looks like they are planning to be completed mid-September after the ice goes in, so it could be a little complicated once the ice is in and hockey practices start, but they will manage. And I've had numerous phone calls with Mayor Rimmer about moving forward with the amalgamation discussion in Caroline. Now that they have an interim CAO, Mr. Craig Curtis, we're looking forward to having the two administrations connect and keep the process moving forward. Councillor Vandermeer?
Yes, I'd like to report that as Chair of CAPE, I participated in a virtual meeting with Minister of Agriculture, Dreesen. And the principal topics there were twofold. Discussion of the West Canada Connect and the initiative by the CAPE Working Group to press those issues. And also talk about rural broadband. So we had a good discussion on both of those topics, and he is soliciting input and support from a number of his fellow cabinet ministers. So moving ahead on that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Lang?
Yes, I've had no meetings in the last 2 weeks.
So if there are no further questions, a motion to accept all the reports as information. Councillor Duncan, all in favor? Motion carries. So item 6.4, the councillor remuneration sheets are in the agenda package, and we will now enter our closed session. Could I have councillor please move we enter our closed session? Councillor Duncan, all in favor? It's 3:24 PM and we are leaving we have just left our closed session. We have no motions coming out of that closed session, so all we need is a motion to adjourn. Councillor Vandermeer, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much.